Bristle +1, or they just ignore it, right?
I think they should do it.
They should ignore it, yeah.
You're coming into a group stage, you have almost no info in the last month on EG.
Yeah.
You should pick your stuff and see what works.
Okay.
Even if you lose this series, you will be better set up with like all knowledge and ideas-wise for the rest of the group stage.
I think, yeah, again, there's 2 series per team, I believe, about-ish today. And yeah, the Lion Bristle opener, I think you have to stick to your guns, play what worked before, see how you do against an international stage.
I mean, anytime you come to an international tournament, like just in Dota in general, you're betting that what you think about the game is correct.
Yeah.
You're making a wager. And generally the teams that do the best at tournaments are ones that come with strong ideas and adapt.
Yeah. The main thing is your opening, like you have to have a lot of confidence in your openings and understanding like when you enter the draft, you can't be like scared about what's next. You have to be able to go, this is what's good. No matter what they pick, we have to stick to our guns and we can't overreact too much. And they go for the TA. Surprisingly as well, EG, Arteezy's actually played some safe lane TA in his
He plays
pubs.
a lot of
exactly.
safe lane TA.
After, of course, SA popularized it, mainly HFN on no ping. He's now been starting to play it himself, so potentially this could be the mid or safe lane.
10 seconds.
And it's pretty good for Bristleback, just that minus armor. I think both teams have some like pretty clear ideas with their draft right now. TNC is basically we'll be able to run at you, and they paired with a Lion, which means that if you cannot stand and fight us, we'll be able to catch you with the Lion. It allows Bristle to right-click.
Yeah, the main thing with TNC, their best strategies have either been overwhelming semi-core run at you heroes, or they've fully gone like 4 protect 1. They've never kind of met in the middle where they've kind of gone half and half. It's always been one or the other in their strats. And when I think Bristle, this is an indicator of just fight and go.
Yeah, the games where they picked 2 carries, I think they looked out of place almost. Like it didn't suit their aggressive style. This is a team like they need to play off their momentum. It's not. It's like the players as a whole in C, they're really crazy and run at you, and you want to sort of play how you perform in pubs because honestly, these players are gods in pubs. They make it like a pub to win the game. Yeah.
There's one big upside that EG has in this as well. You know, you're going up against volatility of Southeast Asian teams, Southeast Asian pub players. They got 2 of their own. They got Abed and Ice Ice Ice.
That is true.
They got their own flair there. It's gonna be our Mel versus Abed. I think that's very exciting.
It's also sort of strange because despite EG having these YOLO players, I think a lot of people say Ice 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 is like top tier in the YOLO category. I think EG as a team, they're the most like how do I say, like they want to play a perfect game of Dota team. Like if you talk to them how they think about Dota, it's like, okay, we won this game, but how we played should have been like this, and they want to make it perfection. That's
one rotation on mid, it was suboptimal. Go again, right back,
No, they'll look at Dota that way for sure. It's like it's sort of a contrast to someone like say OG. They want to win Dota by making their opponent mess up because they're just playing so much pressure. Like it's a very stark contrast between those two particularly.
How would you describe the style of play for TNC or for Southeast Asian teams if you're going to compare it to the style of EG like that?
Oh, it's a polar opposite, I think, right?
Well, like for example, TNC, they're a team that picks Beastmaster offlane still, and it's the idea of they play your lane, and it's so easy to rally around this hero, and that's kind of right now when I see these 2 openings like EG, they want like a nice laning phase, but they're not going to be like running around the map doing anything. They want to be able to react to engagements. But that's why I want to see like a Pangolier, for example, for EG, like perfect counter rotation hero. And then TNC, they're going to want to farm stacks and then instantly cross the river, apply pressure, and go and fight.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
All right, we got ourselves an Earth Spirit coming out.
Nice.
That's another run at you hero right there.
Yep.
If Bristleback gets to a good start, as you said, he manages to farm an Aegis stack, I can see these 3 heroes just moving around and completely causing chaos. I think a lot of the game plan between these 2 teams right now is just TA is going to place a lot of traps around her Ancients, and TNC are trying to break that EG triangle. Yeah,
the value of TA and the reason why it's so good is because of simply the traps. Like, you used to always just put it on runes, but now people are moving the traps to being more like truly vision-based. Like, you have it on the entry to jungles, the exits, you put them in popular smoke areas, just so if you do get that clip of vision of a POS 5, you check his inventory, 2 wards sentry, you're going to find where he's going to place them quite quickly. So, yeah, TA is... The stonks on that hero is going up.
And I think Abed in particular, even when I coached him on Fnatic back in like 2017, I always thought he was the best TA trap user. Okay. He's just a very Ooh,
this is
that was a
fight.
Fast. They knew what they wanted.
Yeah, they know.
It's a good TA counter actually.
An instant Mars. Okay, I love
this is planned, right?
Yeah, exactly. This feels very scripted.
And Mars is actually one of the highest win rate heroes from the group stage. Wildcards, I should
But I
say.
love it here in this position because you have heroes who play around movement with the Darkseer, and also the double value of against Bristleback. When you spear him to the wall, you can actually then you have some way to manipulate his kind of positioning. You're turning the back away, so it's that counter aggression.
For sure. EG's lineup is very set up to like burst one hero and then kite the fight out.
Yep.
I think that's what you want versus really run at you heroes. How Dota works is if it's full 5v5, it's really easy to move forward or backwards as a team. If EG are able to make TNC only have 4 heroes at the start of the fight, they'll be able to kite them really well with traps. I don't know why it is particular. I think it's just like you have more spells, right? Like every hero has a slow stun, some impact.
But I guess the main thing is, though, TNC, they have a way to punish the Mars, right? If Mars ever wastes Arena, that's a pretty hefty cooldown on a spell that is so instrumental in their team fight right now. If he wastes it, or he uses it to rebuttal, let's say, an Earth Spirit, right? Then the Bristleback comes in after. Like, there is no real way to kind of disengage the fight. Like, they want to be able to do it, but it's like they have a cookie on Snapfire, and then TA playing around her own Blink Dagger, maybe. But if they take a bad fight, they're going to be overrun so quickly. It's like Mars v the world right now for that type of that fighting.
Do you think it's a Bristle carry or mid? Carry or mid right now?
I'd like to see the Bristle carry, and then you pick up like some
thinking
Leshrac style int mid.
I want them to get something to start a fight cleanly. Like Earth Spirit, he can sort of start fights, but it's not reliable. Same for Lion for a long time, because this is a 5 line. He's not going to have Blink Dagger. I mean, they get to see EG's last pick, so we should probably focus on that one.
That's true, yeah. But I think, right now, I honestly, for mid heroes, like, I'd even throw a Pangolier for them. Just completely remove the idea of Arena, and it starts to fight so easily, the vision from the hero. But anyway.
They need something like that to get an AA, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
The Bristleback, he wants to frontline, but sort of like pseudo frontline in this game. He doesn't want to run in first, get Arena Spear and AOT.
That's the main thing, Like, the Mars is to counter
You need
the
some chaos for
exactly,
sure.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel for both teams that they are just both pretty happy with their draft? I kind of feel like they're getting what they want from this.
I think that's what should happen, like, as you come in from playing your international tournaments. Like, you should test the waters. Like, I think even if, like, EG know what TNC want, they still want to give a bit of it. Maybe not the key heroes. I'm not too sure if you should give them Bristleback. Very good.
We're going to see if that was a wise choice in the game.
I mean, like, you can't go to an extreme, right? You can't just, like, black box your bans like Isaac Sice on Zenith did. Maybe he's...
That's fair.
Whispering in the ear.
That's fair. I mean, the thing is, do you still have to wait your whole bonus time for that? I think so.
You do.
Yeah.
It's not good to do.
No, it's not.
You can pseudo do it. You can ban like some Meepo, Chen.
True.
Although Chen did win a game somehow.
Do you feel like these bans are putting the TA into a carry role, and this potentially could just be like a Storm Spirit last pick for EG? Because I think like TNC really wants that backline catch, but there's not enough bans.
TA has a carry role. Like, you ban the same heroes for TA mid as TA carry, though. I think.
Okay.
So
I see.
I can see what you're saying, but like I don't know if it reveals too much about what EG
No, that's true. I'm just trying to think of like what's the flex core instead. Like if you're trying to keep the TA open, like what's that next in line?
I think TA should do very well for Darkseer in lane though.
Yeah, that's the main reasoning. Yeah.
But like, to be honest, like if you see the Darkseer, any carry you pick should dumpster that hero. That hero is very weak in lane.
Especially with an Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it should be awful. And
the main reason we say that is because Darkseer, like Earth Spirit's a hero that plays off of roll and setting up the damage. Darkseer doesn't really do damage until level like kind of 5+. And then when you get to war especially. And heroes maybe like Clockwork or... Yeah, mainly Clockwork is one of the best kind of kill. Even Tusk, they're the better Darkseer combos for actually killing in the lane.
Ursrit, he's not as tanky as the other fours. Like even a Nyx can keep the Iron Shell on your opponent for longer. You know, you have casual stuns, you have 4 armor high regen. Ursrit doesn't really have that.
And it's the main reason we're mentioning for TNC especially, they need a hero other than Bristleback to start the fight. Because Ursrit, he is best played when he is able to patiently wait, analyze the entire engagement, and then decide exactly what role he's going in for.
If you get to go in second as Earthspirit, your silence is actually the thing that's really good. If you get to go in first, you'll hit the roll maybe. It's like a 50-50, but your silence will definitely not be good.
Ban out Ursa, so yep. TNC, assuming that it's the TA mid, now this is where EG has to kind of reveal what's happening here.
So yeah, so in terms of carries, if that is what we are still looking for, the position ones, there's only one usual suspect I believe still in, which is the Wraith King.
Wraith for EG?
Not for either. I mean, both of them have been banning out the sort of the same
you're right.
style.
There are a lot of carries.
And Terrorblade also still in, which is I'm only saying because of the Illusion Core bans.
And you actually don't know if Bloodseeker's going mid or carry.
You do not.
Yeah. That's
not until the heroes get picked, but yeah, for this pick, they are gonna have to.
And that's nice
gamble.
as first pick because just hiding a little bit of information makes TNC's last pick that much harder.
But is this not like a really good Storm game?
Storm.
I guess maybe it's not. I'm just trying to think of like the idea
Storm, it's definitely a good Storm game, I'd say.
Nah, right.
Oh, okay.
Shiver's a genius.
They go for Wraith King, okay.
It was process of elimination, guys. Ban all the carries. There's a
Oh,
couple
it's
left.
gonna be a mid Bristleback then, okay.
Bristleback versus TA. I think they should both farm in that matchup. Maybe TA slightly outfarms him, but it'll definitely come down to supports. I think something that was happening a lot was Crit would TP at like the 3-4 minute runes and kill like in the last major. That would be like the best move he makes for EG. But I'm not too sure if you can do that versus Bristleback as TA Snapfire.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for EG because like they need to wait to enter the game, but when they enter the game, this Bloodseeker isn't going to feel too great fighting into like the tankiness of a Wraith King or a Bristleback. These are heroes that stand still pretty quickly.
It depends a bit. Like if EG win their safe lane really hard this game,
Yeah.
which I think if I were to select a team with the best safe lane, it's EG, like in the world.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like their laning prowess.
Okay, I see,
So like if they can dominate their safe lane, then I think their path to playing is very simple. Like
That's true.
they're a team that will rotate this Bloodseeker mid at low 6 or 7 this game, and they can overwhelm TNC's draft.
yeah, I guess the main thing is they need to try and ignore the Wraith King because if they ever isolate the Bristle or the Darkseid, they will die to like
sure.
the Rupture plus AA, just dead.
And
so
I
yeah,
don't think Wraith King carries this game. I think Bloodseeker actually is really good versus Wraith King carry. You
because
get
he
the
can just
shard.
kite out and
It's kiting. It's a shard. It's just, I mean, Bloodseeker actually dominates these strength heroes in the late game if you have enough items.
What if you play the Wraith King the way we saw somewhere in the wildcards, that the Wraith King does not go... Yeah, he just doesn't go into jungle because it will be Bristleback taking up all that farm and getting all the stacks, and Wraith King will just go fight and build.
I'd like to see that just because they have the Bristle, right? Like they have to one farm, one fight, but
Okay.
exciting game.
Exciting game. I love it. We get to see both of these teams play the style they want to play, and we're going to get to see which one of those two teams is going to have the better idea of Dota going into this AniMajor. And we're going to do that. We're going to experience this game together with ODPixel and Fogged.
Go RTC.
Yes, thank you, Shiver. I'm here joined by the OD Pillow again, and it is going to be a pretty hype matchup. Does feel like both teams got kind of exactly what they wanted. Does look like both drafts do have their merits. So, Owen, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, super excited for this one. It's always going to be fun, especially when it's both teams' first game here on the LAN, EG versus TNC. And it's a lot of sort of hero player combinations that are going to be, we're going to have to keep our eyes out on. Tim's on his Earth Spirit. He's going to be rolling around the map, causing a lot of chaos. And then over on EG, just looking at things like the Arbed TA. This man on this hero, he can take over the entire game himself. So a lot of things to be excited about seeing. And one of the, I guess, kind of different things is talked about by the panel. I wonder how much you like it and if it's something that you feel that TNC can roll with pretty well. Is this idea of having the mid Bristleback and the offlane Darkseid, having these two cores, bringing the chaos whilst Gabby on the Wraith King gets the farm. Do you like this approach from TNC?
It's their comfort. It's what they've been super good with in the DPC, so why not, right? Like Curtis was saying, you don't want to change your strategy up so much going into this, so I do like that they do just put it out there. So they just test the waters, see how EG is going to react to it. I'm definitely looking at Tim's though, right? I want to actually see if he's going to ever make an early move, because you have to imagine, this is TNC versus Abed Owen. So there's got to be a little bit of that wanting of blood for Tim's in particular. We're going to see, I want to see in particular, these rotations of like Ion Shell on the Earth Spirit, maybe an early TP, potentially looking to pressure Abed early on, because that's something that they can definitely do to burn those refraction charges and actually set themselves up for a good start.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Tim's movements in the early game are going to have to be something that EG will need to be quite prepared for. And in terms of the lane in general, I mean, how does Bristle play against the TA in the matchup in the 1v1?
It's pretty farm heavy. I think TA slightly will be able to out-farm the Bristleback, but I think it's really going to be up like to what Curtis was saying on the panel, is just rotations early on, who gets the double runes, who's able to secure better, who's able to maybe get a stacked camp or something on that small camp early on.
And then looking at the side lanes, I mean, anything that sort of stands out to you as being a difficulty here for one of the teams?
Definitely the Darkseer. That is going to be really tough for him versus just a Bloodseeker who sustains versus it freely. You have an AA, long range, able to trade hits and always bully. So they're going to have to, of course, manipulate creep with that Earth Spirit, and we'll see how Bach is able to do. Because he's also, I watched quite a bit of their games and just was looking at him. He struggles a lot in some of their games. Like he has like 9 deaths or 8 deaths, so he ends up being that like big sacrifice for Armel and for Gabby to kind of pop off. Nice, nice, nice.
Sure, and do those deaths tend to happen in sort of the laning stage, the early game? Is that where Bok sometimes struggles?
I mean, it's kind of all over the place, to be honest with you. I saw him playing a lot of different variety of heroes, though, so it's also in the region as well, too, right? Like, SEA is a bit crazy, so they are just, like, committing for kills sometimes that maybe aren't so good, but it kind of just happens throughout all stages.
So far, on the CS, I mean, as you say, bottom, RTZ is having the edge here against Bok, not struggling at all against the Darkseer. Top lane, moving in onto Boomy. Boomy has got the stick charges and the Fairy Fire ready to go, so he'll be able to survive that, but we are certainly seeing it between Ice and Crit on these two. They've got a lot of burst kill potential in this lane, so Boomy, he's going to have to be very careful as the line. He gets caught out of position, EG's going to be able to blow him up.
I think him and Gabby both have to be pretty careful. I think this is going to be the tougher lane for the side of TNC. The minus armor in general versus Wraithen, he is one of the lower armor carries. Even when you have Ring of Protection, you're only at like this 4 armor. And there's a Blightstone, a little Shredder, and then there's this Mars who just rips into you with physical damage of God's Rebuke. So they got to be a bit careful up here. And mid, I'm actually seeing some nice stuff from Abed. He actually goes for Meld at level 3. That's kind of cool. Since he is playing versus that melee matchup, he can easily get that Meld off onto Armel and make the trades more valuable for himself.
Seeing that to give Armel a right punch here. As Armel will look to grab the creeps away, and so he's going to maybe take them up, and he's going to go for some new targets. He's going to get the bounty rune here. Make sure that Abed isn't able to step back and get the refill. Not that Abed's going to mind too much, still has the bottle full at the moment from the water route.
They have to be sure that they're not...
Tim. So Tim's still...
You have to make sure they're not too low on HP. I think that's one of the biggest things I'm looking, because look at Bok. Immediately when we see these heroes low on HP, he just starts getting hit by Arteezy. He might actually just die. He's gone.
Well, I'm in first blood. Indeed, not an easy start for Bok down in just 6 CS against the 15 and 8 for Arteezy. I mean, you said it in terms of heroes, it's not an easy lane for the Darkseer to play in and put any pressure on. And Bok, he's not going to be able to have much impact down here at all. So we'll see what sort of moves he does make on the Darkseer, but this bottom half of the map hasn't been great. Of course, Tim's still yet to really find a place to make a move. Still just sitting halfway through level 1, so it's going to be very hard for him to have an impact in this early game, considering they just didn't really have the opportunity in the lane to get him any XP here as this Earth Spirit, so it'll be a very slow start for Tim's.
They're getting the stack started, though. Look at Boomy. He's even got, what, 1, 2 double stack over here. They got a triple stack on the Ancient side here from the Earth Spirit. And Tims is looking to maybe play around mid. I do want to see him look for that rotation early on with a level 2 Ion Shell on him, TP to mid. Look for probably around the 6-minute rune, just so he can set up Armel for a bit more success. Since Armel is still farming fine, but he is not actually winning the matchup versus Abed. Abed is out farming.
So they can find Fly here. Fly is going to walk up into the two of them, Bok and Tims. They got the damage. Fly is out to the side with the stick charge. He's still alive here now as the backup of Arteezy as they'll turn towards Tims. Arteezy ready to run down Tims as Arteezy claims the kill. Bok vacuum Fly up to the high ground. Will get the kill. He's going to look to try and surge himself away from Arteezy, but of course that level 1 surge quickly coming to an end. Blood Bright's available and Arteezy is on track to clean up another. Runs down Bok. Double kill for Arteezy, as he really is having the best start he could hope for on that bottom lane. At the same time, in mid, Abed, he hits that 6, he chases him down, takes out Armel, as EG getting some big kills in the mid lane and the bottom lane. Up top, though, TNC, they are able to take down Ice. So core deaths across the map, but still overall, EG definitely having some pretty scary-looking starts here on some of their cores.
They're really crushing the start. Fly, even though he dies bottom, it actually feels like almost a good death because he just TPs mid, refills Abed's bottle, and now Armel is versus a full TA. It's top Gabby.
And look at this straight up top, Gabby. The one charge is just enough to save him, but he's now fully out of regen. We'll get passed over a Tango, but has to be careful coming close to that tower there. Crit saw good opportunities to set up for the combo onto him. See Fly trying to check out what's going on. And we'll actually be able to sap some of the XP here, by the looks of it, from Armel. Armel's going to try and do his best to push Fly away. And it will work.
So we'll get a good chunk of that XP, though. He's juking him. He's okay, mid lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not going to find him at all. It's Tims, he's gone. This mid lane has become a bit of a no-go zone here now for TNC's. Boom, he's TP'd in. Slowed down by the trap, has the backup of Armel, so Abed and Crit won't be able to dive in anymore. But Abed, now with the DD, with those treads, and with the levels as well as we're seeing with his trap set up around the mid lane, this is a very scary place for them to turn up. I mean, Arteezy, he couldn't be having a happier time. He could not be having a happier time down here. Kill after kill, 3-0-1.
They kill the Ring of Health. They kill the Vanguard. That finished Vanguard for Armel is now dead since they go for this invasion play. They even get traps around the area here too. This is the beauty of a TA versus these heroes that want to farm stacks and just sit in the jungle so much too. You're just going to be able to set up vision in the area that's going to be a lot harder to de-ward. Tims will find the 1 ward, but it's a level 2 Earth Spirit at this point. Arteezy is having a dream start.
Tough.
And as the panel was saying, like Curtis was mentioning, Bloodseeker versus these tanky strength cores, he thrives when he gets this type of start. So this is definitely a concern for them here. And there's also a medallion already on crit. I mean, this is quick stuff coming out from EG. Very good early start here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how does Tims even make a move, right? All of these cores, they're not easy ones to roll into, especially when you're as underleveled as you are. Going into this TA or into the face of a Bloodseeker, both of these heroes, they're just going to turn and kill you.
They took the mid tier 1 at 7 minutes. Now they've got easier access to go into these jungle points and just steal the stacks. Thankfully, Armel, he does go through and actually clean up 2 of them for now. But now they've lost their jungle, they've lost access to their ancients quite heavily, and Abed might just start actually playing more aggressive. Instead of playing on his side, he's going to be able to farm the opposite side of the map and deny a lot of gold. This is definitely concerning here for TNC.
I mean, what's the move here for TNC? Yeah, you know, the speed, it's stepping up pretty fast from EG. I mean, TNC, who can they sort of get together to try and make something happen and try and have a punch back at EG?
I think they have to start utilizing the Ion Shell. Double Ion Shell and Darkseer Earth Spirit, maybe have the Lions start rotating as well. They got to start doing something because they're losing too much map control too early. They've even had to now leave the top lane. Ice is 6. Wraith King has to go jungle, and now it feels like they're going to have 2 heroes that just have to jungle on Armel and Wraith King, as Armel still has to wait for his Vanguard to come back to life. As it is coming out now.
And they're going to go full in on the sort of just hoping that EG don't speed things up too much. You know, Gabby queuing up the Midas Radiance. He's going to go for the full greed. They want to try and somehow get this game going to the later stages. So a lot of pressure on the rest of TNC to make sure that Gabby is going to have the time and space to build up these 2 items. And more, of course.
That does feel a bit concerning, but they do have good way to run at them, right? With 4 heroes, they have Bristle, they have Earth Spirit, they have Darkseer, so they can actually make the space for this Wraith King if they do run out together. But EG is making the first moves completely, and Arteezy even setting up a defensive ward for himself, and then he's just going to TP top anyway. Even though he doesn't spot anything with that ward, he's going to look to continue pressuring.
That's what they do here. This is all under the dire ward of TNC. We'll get the spear back onto Gabby. Into the range of Abed as they'll bring down the Wraith King the once. Tims rolls in, but he instantly gets ruptured. The arena's out from Ice. They turn towards Tims. Ice, he's able to get himself out as the arena holds back Armel and Gabby. Armel trying to move on forward, but EG, they've got the full 5 here. Arteezy stepping off to the side with Blood Rights down. They'll turn back in on towards Gabby. Arteezy commits over the spear, pushes back Armel. Gabby will live as he gets himself back underneath the tower. They keep Gabby safe for now. So TNC, all things said and done, definitely able to limit the casualties there, only losing Tims, and they will be able to push back a full 5-man attempt there from EG to take that tower.
Bach finally gets some breathing room down bottom to get his level 7, get his Arcane Boots online. But that is a Reincarnate down too, so it is a very long cooldown that is used for that one where EG can't play around it. And they're probably going to look to just keep going up top. Arteezy healing up off some neutrals. He's going to be able to continue pressure up there.
Let's see if Armel's strong enough to sort of hold off this aggression.
What's he going to buy for armor? I see he's buying treads right now, but he does need a little bit of armor versus this lineup. There's Medallion, there's Little Shredder, there's Mel.
He's set up.
He's in trouble.
He's looking pretty dead here.
Sure
Straight
is.
away, I mean, they're playing this combo nicely. They've been doing it since the laning stage. Crit and Ice. Just
Look
the
how fast
cookie
he
in,
is.
easily allowing him to get the angle for the spear, and indeed Arteezy's chasing for more. He's got a rupture ready if he needs it. Good stun from Boomy will hold Arteezy back, so Arteezy actually not able to continue to commit, but of course TNC pushed entirely away from this top half of the map now. EG, they can get the objective they're looking for, get that tier 1 tower.
They're really smashing this early game. There's no real reactions that TNC can do. They weathered the storm at first because of that Reincarnate, but that's kind of it. They didn't get any positive out of it except for Bach getting some space. Gabby now does end up going bottom, but as you said, he's going for this very greedy build, so really does feel like EG is just going to punish the hell out of it.
I mean, that's coming in with the TPs. They know that Reincarnation is still on cooldown for a good amount of time.
6
Gabby's
on
aware.
Snapfire.
People disappearing off other areas of the map. Gabby's not sticking around at the tower.
they don't hit buildings very easily anymore. Bristleback is a good tower hitter overall. Same thing for like Wraith King with Skeletons, but when you're at this deficit, it's easy for EG to just set up. They have multiple different heroes that can actually set up to go for those defenses. Bloodseeker as well as that Mars. They have the Kisses.
They're trying to get onto RTZ. Gabby's been ruptured. The Kisses are coming out as well. Gabby's going to try and run. It'll turn with the crit, but RTZ's got it. That's Gabby down. Over to the side, Tims will be able to get on top of crit. Finds him in return. Instantly out with the TP as well to make sure that RTZ can't clean him up. But that's Gabby going down, and of course, this whole draft and lineup for TNC, it's so important for them that Gabby doesn't die. You know, everything's on this Wraith King.
They do at the least get the tower, but yeah, it's expensive. Did we see what was going on? Did they say anything?
Towards the mid up. Oh,
just a pause. No lag. I guess just might have been some slight lag. Language settings. Okay. That's a new one.
A different one. I guess. Oh, I had his client in a different language or something. But so it must be all fixed now. All fixed now. He's changed the settings. We're good to go.
Nice blast in mid. TA trap watching Boomy.
And they'll take kill. Smooth combo there from the low ground. Arena down. Perfect setup for the blast. It's a low effort kill there from EG. A few spells and the line's gone.
Once you start getting ahead with TA, it starts to be really difficult to play the map. These heroes like Lion, you just die. You know, there's a trap on top of you and you're just dead. One other hero comes over for rotation and you do end up just dying.
Blessings.
TNC though, considering the objectives that have been taken and the kills that have been had, only 2k behind, so still holding in. An Armel, he is going to be very tanky on the Bristle. Vanguard done. Continue to beef up. I mean, as I say, if they can somehow fight as the 4, keep Gabby safe, they will have this Wraith King that does have the potential to become quite a bit of a raid boss, and they're actually going to look to get him in okay, no, Gabby, he doesn't want any part of this.
I don't think
he's going to continue to hit creeps. Bok, Boomy, Tims, they're ready to go on the hunt. They've got the 6 on Boomy. They have that burst from the finger. That they should be able to get the kill if they find a hero alone.
They got to get a high priority one, though. They need to try to find Abed. He's got a haste rune, though. They might just end up having to be satisfied with crit. They're actually going to go at the D ward right away, but they're going to reveal their positioning with that one. And yeah, I mean, Armel is tanky in a way, but at the same time, he's not. There's so much minus armor that's coming out. It's a level 4 meld already. Max Little Shredder with a medallion, too. This is not going to be easy for him to actually tank the brunt of the force that's coming out from EG. And there's an Ice Blast on top, too.
I mean, yeah, is this still a game where you do like that he got the hood, or would you have liked him to see some sort of plate mail or something else instead of it? Or do you feel that the hood is indeed very necessary here?
It's such a good pickup always, like when you're versus like Mars and AA, but I feel like the plate mail might have had more merit, or even maybe just a casual medallion, because I was clicking around like who's actually going to build a medallion on their team besides just the Bristleback. It's a little bit of a weird pickup to get on your core, but it does feel like it might be more necessary versus all this minus armor.
Nice catch here from Tims. We'll be able to dispel the smoke movement here from EG that was on track to get down towards Gabby. So Tims just making sure he's always in position roughly on the map between Gabby and the rough whereabouts of EG.
It's Roche time. They've got the Deso, they've got the Medallion, they've got the Shredder. They're going to easily be able to do this one. I don't think there's any way TNC can contest this.
Yeah, they'll have to let this one go to EG. Sages will be theirs, and EG will see what moves they want to make next. It's Arbed very ready to get in on the front of the fights now. We'll see, of course, Armel just going straight for this halberd next. Needs to have something against the TA.
That'll be nice, at least for that.
3,100 gold into the relic.
It's time that TNC really does need. But it does feel like they're just losing. They're just going to keep losing on this map control. This mid tower has barely even been touched. 1,700 HP still on it, and EG's playing active. They're still looking for plays.
They're all inside TNC's jungle right now, keeping the wave push right up to the tier 2 here. 15 minutes in, and this tier 2 probably going to go down without being defended here by TNC. So it's a very early pressure just continuing to come out from EG as TNC just opting to try and play as far away from EG as they can so that Gabby's farm goes uninterrupted.
They're getting a pipe on the Darkseer next too, which I feel like the Crimson Guard might actually be more valuable this time since he is versus all this physical damage, but it does feel like he does want it. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely scared of the magic. Yeah, Hood on one core and Pipe on the other, so really focusing on seeing, said the damage from the AA. Boom.
Goodbye.
Ooh, okay. Steps out the base, and EG, they make short work of him. Boomy's gone.
They've got
And,
the cliff to
yeah,
at least
60
defense
minutes
here.
in, they're having a bit of a tickle at the high ground.
Why not? They know that Gabby is not prepared yet to fight. He's got the Relic, but not quite the Radiance yet.
That's very
Just
true.
force the
Yeah,
issue.
you're effectively pushing in whilst there's no carry.
Mm-hmm. And Arteezy's still farming in the mid lane, so he's not actually getting, you know, disrupted of having to stick with his team the whole time. He's getting his own type of farm. Armel has to start reacting toward top. Ice, waiting at the wings here with his ward, watching the Armel rotation. Won't quite catch him.
See Arbed just trying to find a few more creeps here to hit this timing of the blink in combination with picking up this DD rune. It's just a couple hundred gold away from having the blink dagger. As in the mid, drop the arena, not quite enough damage to take down Tims though. Tims, he's going to live through that burst, he's out.
They revealed their ward with that play too. Instantly dewarded by Boomy. So limited vision right now from the side of EG, but they have so much information just from the tower pushing that they've been able to do and from the traps that Abed's laying down all over the place. Yeah, Blink coming out on the courier. Another tier 2 getting pressured. Map shrinking for TNC.
No, it certainly is. And even though, you know, 4K, you know, not the biggest of leads you'd necessarily see in a game that one team is sort of getting as far ahead as it feels that EG is. It's very much the fact that, you know, EG, they're going for the objectives. They're going for exactly what needs to be done. They're not aimlessly chasing for kills. They seem that they've got a pattern. They know how to close up this game. They know what their goal is. And so far, they've not been forced to stray away from it. It very much does seem that the EG is pretty much in full control right now.
Absolutely. And Arteezy's not, he's not sticking with this team, so he's not getting under-leveled by any means. He's actually playing his own game on the sides here, so he's still getting very farmed, very high level. Level 14 on Bloodseeker. Abed's 15. He's got a BKB about to be finished on Bloodseeker too. So he's keeping up with the pace of the opposing carry, actually keeping ahead of the pace of that opposing carry, who's just been sitting in the jungle the whole time, Gabby.
How's his progress looking? A few hundred gold and the relic and recipe will be done, so Radiance at least, but you know, as you say, he's going to turn up and still have quite the struggle standing toe-to-toe against this Bloodseeker TA. That they will be able to blow up Gabby twice. And Radiance alone, it's not likely to make that much of a difference at this stage of the game. He's going to need to still play a bit of the AFK game, even when that Radiance is done.
As long as he gets really good RNG with the evasion, with the missed chance from that Radiance, maybe he can survive, but it is so much overwhelming damage now. Solo Crest, Little Shredder,
here we go, they're in.
Armel, they're going for it.
They're looking for Armel. They've got the Ice Blast coming over. I mean, he didn't stand the chance there. The minus armor, the damage coming out with the DD on Arbed. That's the Bristleback gone, and that's going to be a huge concern for TNC with this sort of lineup that they're trying to play with the draft. You know, the Bristle, he's got to live. You know, if he's not alive, you've got nobody else to start a fight or to respond to a fight. You know, the Bristle's life is everything for TNC to be able to do something. So with Armel gone for 30 seconds, they're unlikely to be able to make any sort of moves here as EG step up to the high ground.
15 seconds on Aegis. EG really trying to force the issue. Something is going crazy in the other game. Gary is going ham over here.
There's definitely much more of a calm experience in this one. 12 to 3, as I say, not an insane amount of kills, just very, very controlled and careful game here from EG.
And look at Crit even taunting them.
Lane to lane.
Are you going to play the game line? They're starting to make a move out, Tims.
So they're fighting Fly. Fly's gone. Arteezy maybe looking at the chance of getting back in on this. Arbed's making his way back over. Ice, no arena for 20 seconds.
That is a magnetize and a finger. So it is a pretty big committal that they had to use to get that one kill. Don't know if the magnetize was absolutely necessary, but they're just trying to get anything on the map since they are at this big deficit right now.
You just try everything at this stage, yeah. You've got to secure yourself something here, TNC. You've not been able to find kills for the most part of this game. You have to guarantee you get whatever gets presented to you. As EG, of course, there's still some easy objectives for them to take. The tier 1 still standing down bottom, so some very simple goal for them to pick up here as Abed starts to bring the bottom creep wave round. We'll see if TNC can pull together any sort of defenses outside of their base here on the bottom half of the map on this side lane.
They're bringing Tim's down, but it was spotty. Arteezy actually saw Tim's TP on that tier 2 with the vision. Ice is going to know that this Earth Spirit's in the area.
He's going to get ruptured. He's going to turn it. Arteezy pots the BKB. They're ready to go in. The arena's down. Box gone. Gabby's down the ones. He's going to be back for round 2. But Tim's, he's getting hit hard by the kisses. Tries to roll away, but Arteezy's got the kill. They turn, looking to lock down Arteezy. Hex into the stun, but it's 3 dead on TNC. Only Armel and Boomy left alive as EG, they're ready to look for the cleanup here. Armel trying to run, but Arteezy chases him down. Double kill for the Bloodseeker. Boomy is into the trees. They're hunting for him. They're not going to let Boomy go. He's going to try for the TP out, but they've got the damage. It's a team wipe. EG clean up. 17-5, 8k lead. TNC just not showing any signs of being able to fight back at EG this game.
The game plan from EG, it's too fast. They got too much of an advantage at this point. TNC, they can't fight, and they're all set up in the area. EG, they saw the Earth Spirit setting up from the tier 2, so they know that this fight is inevitably going to happen. Ice just throws his life away. He doesn't care. He's like, all right, we're going to win this fight. I jump in. It's over. If he gets that type of initiation, there's no way they're going to be able to do anything about it with this BKB from the Bloodseeker. And pointing out a bit of an interesting skill build, Arteezy's gone 1 point in Bloodright and then stats. Because all he really has to do, it's not like this silence is phenomenal this game. He's not playing versus some type of spirit or some super mobile hero. He just needs to be able to stand toe-to-toe and fight back versus these tanky. That's also why he's gone for the lifesteal talent too. That's really good planning, really methodical from EG this game. 10,000 gold lead already. Experience also 12,000.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
And Crit continues to taunt them.
Boomy able to respond a little bit here. I mean, how we're doing on Gabby, Radiant, so after that it's sort of a slow move on towards the Halberd. I believe we did see the Courier of Armel getting taken down that last fight, so I had the recipe of what would have been a completed Halberd, so it's going to be put on the sidelines for a little bit. Top lane, Ice. He's got the setup on Bok. Another kill here for EG, as getting out on the map is a huge struggle here for TNC right now.
Oh, pretty cool too. Abed, he finds himself the Grove Bow, so if he plays at max distance with his attacks overall versus this Wraith King, he doesn't even get affected by Radiance. So that miss rate that comes into play, it won't even be hitting him if he plays at max range because of all that plus range that he has now.
It's pretty insane, actually.
And it is pretty nuts. I mean, this talent is ridiculous, this level 10 one that we are now seeing a lot since we're seeing so much TA.
Yeah, we are just seeing sort of flawless play here from, really from EG as a whole, but the fact that it's both cores, right? Abed and Arteezy, they're yet to die this game. There's been no moves made on them. Abed 6-0-6, Arteezy 7-0-6. They had a perfect start from the laning stage, and just very, very careful play here from EG, making sure that they don't make any mistakes.
It's super clean. They're one of the better early game teams, and they're really showing it in this game. Just really methodical, just across the board, not giving TNC any hope. As TNC, as we said, they're building these halberds and stuff like that, but those will be effective to be able to disarm the TA, but armor is still a massive issue for them. You see the plate mail is queued up now, but
it's not going to be easy here.
No.
For TNC.
I don't know how they do the initiations.
Together maybe for that one fight.
Yeah, they have to have Armel be able to actually tank the brunt of the force so that Tims can get a good follow-up, so he can actually, get this magnetized to spread probably so he can get these silences and all that, but he's just dying too quickly. He just gets killed in a matter of seconds before the Mars Arena even ends.
Yeah. And I mean, you're right as well. This BKB queued up next for Armel is not going to... It's not really going to make a difference, right? I mean, a Hood BKB, where is the armor? Is the evasion really enough?
Doesn't feel like it will be. Abed steps up a bit far here. But he's got beat.
There we go, Boomy. He's gone there, gets taken out by a big meld hit from Abed. They're going to be able to block Armel off to the side as Abed works in on towards the bristleback. Armel trying to get away, but he's been ruptured. He'll try and CP out, but Arteezy's in with the damage. Armel's gone. TNC, they are able to take out Ice, but they lose 2 for it. Abed and Arteezy continuing to go unscathed in these fights. They just cannot kill these two.
Ice continues just to be the sacrifice. He jumps in, he gets hit by everything, he dies, but for the greater good, as Roche does respawn, Crit spots it with that trap too, and they're just gonna back up and go for that one here. TNC, can they contest it? They still have 25 seconds without the Bristle. Feels like if they give this one up, the game is pretty much impossible for them, but don't think they can even make it there in time.
Yeah, they just can't make the move quick enough with the speed that EG take down Roche. Very quick Roche down here for Evil Geniuses.
Feels like a valuable Bloodseeker shard game. So, I mean, usually we see the TAs take it, but he's not versus any type of, effective silence hero. So, yeah, Arteezy, really good shard game versus these strength cores. He's going to continue to just rip them apart.
Ice. He's got the setup here onto Gabby. Backup's coming in from EG. Nice blast connects there, and with the meld it, they're going to be able to pop Gabby the once. As they're on the cliff.
Vacuum,
This time Arteezy's got a friend. Ice and Arteezy, they're up on the cliff. Arteezy's going to TP his way off it, back towards the mid lane. TNC are able to get in and take down Fly. Ice also off the cliff as he looks towards Boomy, but Crit goes down. Arteezy and Arbed, they're going to make their way back over. See if they can still clean this one up as they've got the Rupture down onto Armel. They'll step in, they'll bring him out, rolling from Tim's, trying to get it onto Arteezy, but they don't have the damage. Arteezy's back up to full HP there with the cheese, as it's another cleanup by EG, triple kill for Arbed. As Bok, he nearly goes down as well there. We'll see the dive in onto Boomy. Spear off the mark. No, Boomy's going to go for the TP out. And he actually makes it away there with that spear missing. So Boomy will live. But another fight where TNC do struggle to kick back. They get the two supports. Nice little cute move there from Bok, getting the two cores on the cliff. Definitely meant that there was some time for TNC to punch back that fight.
Some time to run away, perhaps, as this TA just shreds them in a manner of hits. The BKB gets popped, doesn't have to worry about missing at all, even if he is close range. Abed nearly has MKB to deal with that annoying evasion that will be coming out anyway. 14,000 gold lead. Yeah, TNC still struggling to really find much of anything in the game. Clean game from EG. All sticking together again, all 5 heroes up on this high ground. TNC rallied together too, but this fight looks pretty impossible. Ice waiting at the wings to initiate.
Yeah, he's got the arena back up. TNC's got to be careful. They'll step back in Arbed just with his completed MKB. This evasion isn't going to do anything at all.
So hard for them to play the draft the way that they wanted to, where they have these tanky cores running in, so it allows these Earth Spirit in line to get their spells off properly, but they're just not tanky. EG just waiting outside their base for an opportunity.
Happy to take their time. Ice is up to the top, ready to start bringing that wave round. They want to try and make sure they've got all 3 pushing in onto TNC when they look to go for the high ground advantage. Arteezy. Get the Rupture down onto Tim's, into the Blood Bright. Arteezy wants to push in for this, but the Ghost Scepter's out. Tim's buying himself some time. Oh, he's on the cliff. They've got Arbed up there, but he is going to get cookied back down to the low ground. Ice Blast coming in. They've got the lockdown to take Arbed down the once. But now EG, they're ready for the chase down onto TNC. Gabby's going to get surged up to the high ground in time. Desperately trying to escape from EG here, but the arena's out. They've caught Armel. As Armel, trapped in the arena, will get cleaned up immediately. A buyback comes out for Tim's. Gabby dies instantly after he reincarnates. As Arteezy's diving into the base here. Runs down Bok, looks over towards Boomy. Tim's trying to get away with the Ghost Scepter, but as it comes to an end, so does his life. Arteezy takes him out. The Ghost Scepter on Boomy will not save him this time round, as they've got the control through it all, as it's another team wipe by EG. 29-8. EG getting very close to being able to close up this game 1 here against TNC.
They lost nobody. And that was with the Tim's buyback. They couldn't kill anything yet. It's GG. Whew, what a clean game by EG.
What a game. Absolutely. I think, one thing when it comes to seeing EG, for all the EG fans back at home, it's always all eyes on what sort of performance they're entering the tournament with. This game 1, pretty much little to no hiccups from them here. This was just very, very, very solid stuff from EG, as this game, it never looked out of control for them for sort of the very early minutes of the laning stage. you could tell it. EG knew exactly what to do, and they weren't messing around here.
Yeah, they smashed all 3 lanes, really. I think the approach from TNC is what they're comfortable with, but I think EG they're very prepared for this. This is a team that does do a lot of that homework. You know, Boba, he's usually one of those that to watch these games. So TNC, they go for their comfort, but they're absolutely prepared for it. And this Abed TA goes completely out of control. Bloodseeker as well. They even end up what? They killed the Bristle super early. They contested the stacks. They take the tier 1 about, I think the mid tower died at, 7 minutes? So they lose access to their jungle. I think they have to pick something that's a bit more fast-paced. I don't think they can pick 2 heroes that need to rely on jungle. Like Bristleback and Wraith King, they at some point do have to back up. Sure, Bristle farms that jungle very quickly, but I feel like they need something that just gets online faster versus this team, especially if EG is going to draft these very fast-paced heroes that look to fight frequently, like Bloodseeker, TA, Mars. These fights are going to happen very early on.
No, absolutely, yeah. TNC is going to have to come in with an entirely different strat in game 2, as this approach, as you said, that we've seen from them before, completely prepared for by EG. As EG as a whole having an exemplary game, and of course those 2 cores, Arteezy and Abed. Arteezy 11-0-12, Abed 12-0-10. They just didn't die there, as EG will take this game 1.
What a smooth opening for EG in this first game here against TNC. We said that both of the teams got what they wanted. They got their own playstyle, they got their own drafts. There was very clearly one had a little bit of better idea about Dota than the other, with EG taking this first game. Again, smooth sailing here with T-Gov and AY, and this was over pretty soon, T.
Yeah, unfortunately for TNC, they mentioned at the very tail end of the cast, it's just kind of the nature of the heroes that they had. A lot of kind of static heroes. And because of that, they weren't able to really muster anything. It's just difficult for TNC. They drafted themselves into a corner. EG, they had everything. Like the Bristleback, he's meant to be the frontline guy, but he's playing into A and Mars. So if he's ever out of position, he's speared. He's facing his opponent instantly, then dying to this TA. TA's uncontested. Like this, it's one of those games you just win in all 3 lanes, and then naturally the game state just completely deteriorates.
I think they did have some heroes that could rotate, right? Like they had this Earthsphere.
They did.
I think TNC actually just played at a level that below what I expected of them, because TNC, their players are very good. I know they're a good team.
Yeah.
But if you look at the lanes, EG had eventual pressure in 3 lanes. Like if nothing happens, the status quo stays the same. EG are going to take all 3 towers. They needed to make something happen with the Earth Spirit Iron Shell rotation, and they just didn't do it.
Well, that's the main thing. Like we see the highlights here. It's basically just the pairings of EG dismantling TNC.
Yeah.
And what you're mentioning is you want to see TNC basically bring 2 heroes to 1 lane, making it a tri-lane scenario, and apply some actual pressure.
If the status quo is bad for you in Dota, you need to do something to change it. You cannot just wait and hope it gets better. The heroes don't work like that this match.
And that's the thing here, like we're seeing, now we're moving away into big team fights, and now this is how Mars was one of like the MVP of the game. Because in every key fight, if they're ever out of position, that containment, it just allows for this layered damage. You know, TA with the Dragon Lance, she's hitting from a mile away. Snapfire, non-committal. Bloodseeker, he can choose what fights he wants. And the best thing about this game is, EG got cliffed 3 times.
Yeah.
3 times they got cliffed. And they were able to get through that, muscle up and win the game.
They did have a cookie to get people down. That helped. Having your tier 1 tower standing mid also helps a ton with teleporting out and getting back in the fight ASAP.
You're very good at dealing with getting clipped now.
They are, yeah. They have the tools.
It's like they went into replays and they're like, guys, how do I deal with getting clipped? And they solved it.
And they solved it. They either get someone to have an ability to get them out. You can always buy 4 staffs as well. That's great. But
is this it? Is this it?
This is it.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that. And then here, he BKB. He does
was
the
so
BKB
fast.
so quick.
So
he
quick.
knows where he's at. He knows exactly.
It's like he's been haunted by being on a cliff before.
1,000 times before. But this is why most players, they just do the TP. He commits fully because he doesn't want to be eternally cliffed.
I think this fight that we just watched, by the way, it was a fight where TNC felt like they could swing the momentum because of those cliffs. But maybe they were, I don't know, they were like not expecting everybody to be back in the fight so fast, because they just dove a little bit too far.
They're just a bit too far behind.
Yeah.
Like mid-tier 1 still being up, as you mentioned, but just the items. Like even if you completely remove 2 EG heroes, you can't close out the fight in time.
But that's the story of the game, right? Is that they just weren't ready for that level of pacing EG were going to set.
Yeah.
Like they had strong lanes, and after the lanes, their setup on the map was amazing. You know, they put the Snapfire bot, they told everyone else to start applying this kind of forward jungle pressure, And then every time TNC smoked, looking to have that numbers advantage, it was correct, just moving away, playing behind the tower. He push out quick, he goes back. They weren't giving away these cheap kills. If you give away a cheap kill, that's when maybe they can come back in the game, get that kind of snowballing on their side, and that never happened. So Roshan, a consequence, they can never contest it.
Yeah.
But they never had, you know, oh, we're 4v5, let's go Roshan.
Also, how many halberds do you need in a game? Both the Kuros had one. It felt like, we talked about it a little bit, about how we wanted to see the race can go for maybe a bit more fighting, heavy item build, which obviously was not the case this time around. But then, Bristleback has the same problem.
Yeah, I think we would have liked one of the cores to, again, like, the status quo isn't alright. One of the cores had to itemize for something faster, like make EG mess up, put some pressure on them somewhere. It seemed a lot like they're trying to itemize against the heroes, but not in a way that like drastic. They're itemizing as if the game was even. Like they're happy right now. It wasn't like that.
But this just stems from the fact of, in Dota, if you don't take these early towers, the simplicity of making a smoke gank is like near impossible. Like it's so hard to confidently get yourself back into the game when you're at like 15-20 minutes, the mid tier 1's still alive, the safe lane tower is still, you know, it's like it's so hard. So, but yeah, for TNC, with their type of lineup, with the difficulty they faced, that's why it's so easy for EG to play around, because like, oh wait, what? We can play around this objective that normally is taken at like minute, you know, 9 to 12. Like yeah, it was a big uphill battle for TNC, and they didn't have the items nor the positioning to really get themselves back in this game. And
when I was watching this game, I never felt like TNC had a real timing. Like usually, like I click around the heroes, I see their items, are like, okay, they're waiting for this blink dagger or this BKB, they're gonna go take a fight. Like the only timing they had this game was maybe the Radiant on Wraith King, but that's like I sort of want to fight, but cautiously, and then I want to go back to farming. It wasn't a real run at you timing.
But that's the main thing, right? TNC, we know they can do it. We know they can
and
play
they
a lot
want to
quicker.
play like
exactly,
that.
they can play so much quicker. So this is just one rough game. EG clearly came in with a preparation. TNC, tweak a little component of your draft, have a little bit more active nature, and then they'll be fine. They should be able to match up against EG. It's just this is the type of game where the preparation was king, and EG just had that extra little step up to give themselves this first game lead.
Yeah. Want to also, I mean, I know everybody's able to hear Gareth at home as well. Gareth and Lacoste. There is at the moment. There's 2 streams. Going to be 2 streams all day long with games on all the streams, and right now they're still in their first game between Team Liquid and Beast Coast.
Can I give a spoiler?
Depends. Sure.
Okay, so Liquid.
Wait. Mute if you don't want to hear spoiler. I'll wave at you when the spoiler's over. Okay, go.
So Liquid, they're racks down, they're defending high ground. Beast Coast 12k up, 37 minutes into the game. Liquid's hoping to do another classic Mega Creep style comeback, because I believe, yeah, they are Mega Creeps down, but they're holding out, they're sticking it in, and maybe they can do it. And that's why Gareth is screaming, because they are hoping to try and not lose their first game to Beast Coast right now.
I'm waving. Wave again. Thank you.
You can unmute now.
You can unmute. Yeah, that was a spoiler, but the game was pretty hot there. That was very loud. Love that, by the way, because you said it earlier. You said it while walking here to you. It's just reminiscent of LANs. I mean, obviously we are on LAN, but
just
you know,
like it was all warm and fuzzy, because when I was listening to this cast, I could hear in the back. I was like, oh, there's like people, also more people.
More PA. Yay!
Right. So good, and also the Dota is like so good. Like we've just started this series. This one was a little bit of like a whitewash, but the series up there happening right now, that is like an absolute slog, and that's the first game. Like, whew.
Love it. And actually, you mentioned, AY, that you were maybe a little bit disappointed with the form that TNC was in for this game. What do you feel about the form of EG? You've been watching them all season. Is this the same form? Do you feel like they're better? Do you feel like they're...
Honestly, I think they weren't even tested this game.
Okay, so like, it's hard to tell.
There's no deviations from the game plan. They said, like, we want to have 3 strong lanes. We have eventual pressure on towers. We're going to sit in our lanes. After we win them, we're going to group up. And it's like, that's EG's game plan almost every game, but they weren't challenged at all. Like, they just did their plan, and then they won the game. So, I mean, they played well. They played clean.
Yeah.
They were aiming towards that perfect game of Dota.
I said someone say, well, this is a boring game. I'm going to watch Liquid Beast Coast. But if you are an EG fan, you're very happy with boring games, because that means EG cruising through.
I mean, to be honest, I think TNC are a team that can break it out in this game, too. Like, you know, you come in with some ideas.
Yeah.
I think AA in particular, I don't think that Heroes played as much in the C region as it was in, like, NA, EU, and China. So maybe they saw that and, like, oh, this actually ruins our playstyle. Sometimes all it takes is one small change in the draft, and it completely flips. Because draft controls pretty much all your early momentum in the game, and TNC, I think, are a very momentum-based team.
What would the change be? One hero. You can change.
Ban AA.
That's it?
I mean, I don't know
that
for sure, but that's how I feel.
They have to let through either Timber or Viper.
I think the Viper is the question mark there in regards to bans, but the main thing is, I think North American Dota, they were like, they're the people that pick the Warlock, the Witch Doctor. It's all about just having presence in lanes, be it defensive or hyper-aggressive. You think about AA, it does that as well. And like TNC, this is the type of game where they've drafted themselves a mid-game lineup or an exit of laning phase where they want to like run at you, but they haven't thought about like the first 10. And that's where at North American Dota, they always think about the first 10 first, and then the rest is kind of whatever. Maybe I'm wrong there, but that's how it feels.
Yeah,
like
I think a lot of teams I've been on, we talk about like, don't skip steps. You know, build from your foundation up.
Yeah.
I think TNC, like this game reminded them, they need to look at the foundations first.
Yes.
You can see the lineup, it has cohesion later on in the game. When Bristleback gets eggs, they're just running at them. They have some like Darkseer Iron Shells on a bunch of melee heroes.
Front line,
it's a good lineup.
It is. Just
but
getting
if you
there.
can knock out all the lanes, you don't even get to play Dota. Like TNC didn't get to show their form this game. That's why I think game 2 should still be good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope it will be. We have got the draft coming your way very, very soon. Not yet, though. The teams get a little bit of a break, of course, in between the games, and especially important after a loss, because there's a lot to talk about. I could not find, and maybe I'm just blind, does TNC have a coach at the moment?
I feel like I should know that, but
I feel like you should know that. Yeah. I can check, though. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Notes, scrolling. No.
Because they had...
No. It doesn't look like there is.
They had Sun before
I mean, it was like
a while,
Febby and KPI. Is that TNT?
Yeah, no, so yeah.
KPI was, but he was replaced as just the offlaner replaced.
I don't think they've had a coach since Heen, actually.
No
so
coach.
Before Heen went to...
No, Febby was the coach.
Febby was the coach.
Febby was the coach. He then moved to the active roster.
And
then, of course, he then left the roster. And
that's
then,
when March was on TNT, right?
Yeah, March is then now T1.
Okay.
Because I feel like having a coach in a situation like this is very important to adapt, right? Because we're looking for the teams to adapt, and we're looking for that not just for teams, we're all teams, because every team is going to need to adapt at some point in this group stage. So that's where a coach comes into play.
It also depends on the dynamic of the team, because in some teams, if your captain or your authoritative figure is not too like hot-headed and is able to talk with the team like at a rational level, the need of a coach isn't always like 110% needed, you know? But like if your captain's a little bit more kind of volatile, the coach is helping assist there. So depending on the dynamic, the coach might not be the most impactful, but it's about having a healthy conversation, and that's mainly what the coach brings, is the healthy conversation.
No, I completely agree. Like when I coached the Quincy Crew boys, like way back, like SVG is the most rational, level-headed person. Like I was useless there, because he didn't really need me.
But he did used to coach, right? He is one of those players that went from coaching
well,
back to play.
I think he's the smartest player in the Dota scene. Like outside of Dota, and maybe in Dota, like he's the smartest person I know, for sure.
So what you're saying is you're not a good coach because SVG did your job for you.
There. I don't think I did. That's why I'm not coaching them now. Like I'm just on the panel. They're like, hey, nah, SVG does everything.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? Like coaches, they are kind of unique kind of puzzle pieces where each team needs a different style of coach. Some teams, they have 5-star players, but they don't have the guy who goes, this is how we play Dota, this is our identity, and that's where the coach comes in. Yeah. So like sometimes you often don't need a coach. Doesn't even need to be like a game coach. You just need someone there who's like, I'm your friend. Are you sad? Talk to me. You just need like a companion.
Even someone just to take blame after games. Like
exactly,
if I was TNC's coach this game, like you would need to say
take
like
full credit.
Yeah, no, just say like, guys, I messed up the draft. Like, even if it's not true, because I never make mistakes, so it wouldn't be true.
You're flawed.
No, I never made a mistake in my life. But I would say like, I messed up the draft. If you guys play the same but with a better draft, you guys will win.
Yeah.
You've seen what we've done in the script.
Like a hype
you got
man,
this.
Right?
Yeah. Like just make them feel as comfortable as possible. Yeah, confident, comfortable, anything. Anything but thinking about how EG just slaughtered them.
And
sorry.
it's true, because that is what happened. And in a game of Dota, it's always so easy to blame your teammates. Everybody knows that. It is very helpful, even if it is, you know, a bit artificial perhaps, but it's very helpful for someone to take the blame that you can't really take it out of because he's a coach.
Don't lie, just sugarcoat. You know? Don't be like, you get it.
I would straight up lie. I would just anything, like especially the higher the pressure is, like the bigger the lie is. Guys, like I accidentally unplugged all your monitors last time. You didn't notice, but that's why you lost.
I
like,
turned
you guys
up
got
your mouse sensitivity, and that's why you missed your quills.
Yeah, this time you got it. I won't mess with you guys.
I think when you start going to the hardware part of things, it's gonna be a bit too obvious.
Dota players don't know how computers
No,
work.
yeah, no.
People think that Dota players know how computers work because we spend 12 hours a day on a computer.
Yeah.
They don't.
I spent 10 minutes trying to fix my monitor at this event, and I didn't have a cable that connected it to my computer.
It was actually unplugged, right? Yeah.
It's not unplugged. There's no cable.
So there was just
like HDMI cable.
Yeah, there's no HDMI cable. Like
there,
Dota players are really dumb,
Yeah.
or maybe it's just me.
I was gonna say maybe they.
that one might just
I
be
can
me.
confirm. I've worked with some players, and like they unfortunately
computers
aren't the quickest to adapt.
I mean, it's definitely me and maybe a bit more, but it's also them.
There are some players who legit don't know how to perfectly change sensitivity from PC to PC.
Yeah.
Because you have Windows settings and then your actual program for your mouse, they legit play with different sensitivity every tournament. Like, that's how, like...
That's crazy, though.
Yeah, that is like, this feels okay.
I mean, you spend like 8 years of your life. Like, to become a Dota pro, it's really hard work. Like, it's a lot of work. You spend 12 hours every day playing game in your own home setup. When you get to LAN, it's a different beast. That's why these experienced teams, they perform so much better on LAN. You need it.
I once gave tips to up-and-coming teams for like what you can do to prepare.
Yeah.
I suggested take your computer apart, set everything up on the kitchen table instead of your desk, and try to get yourself comfortable
that's a real
somewhere
thing.
else.
Just get your your loved ones or whatever in the background with some pots and pans. You know, you're just playing. Just
No, I remember.
wake up.
I watched a video from day 9, and he was talking about that. Every now and then, he would just adjust his chair a bit, make him feel a little bit uncomfortable. That uncomfortability will make you feel more comfortable at LAN.
Yeah,
it's
because
really
you gotta
good idea.
sit at a desk that's not yours, at a chair that's not
For sure.
yours. I mean, obviously,
You
I
have to see your
think the
ugly
TI
teammates
it's like
beside
the
you.
same height every time.
Yeah, the glance.
What?
You have to see your ugly teammates. They're just sitting there beside you.
Yeah,
You know,
you gotta get used to that.
Panel, so I don't have that issue.
yeah, this is nice.
We do have a little bit of an extra break in between the game that's getting fixed. We're going to get the draft, don't worry. But it does mean that we're getting to the draft in about, 4 minutes from now from the last time that I heard an update. So just so you're aware, we're not holding back the game. Teams just need a little bit of extra time, and apparently we're very gracious, and we give that extra time. I can also, I can name and shame. Who's missing?
It's Arteezy.
It's Fly.
Okay, it's Fly.
Arteezy is literally...
You just called him out. You didn't even look. You
No, I was guessing. Because he's just
Arteezy.
super hard to work with and cancerous, you know? He's not, by the way.
He's one of the... You know
All
what?
right. Top three things you hate about Arteezy, are we?
How he looks, how he smells, and how he talks.
All
You heard it
because
here
it's so
first.
good?
WePlay
And you're
exclusive.
jealous of that?
I am really jealous of him. Am I allowed to say? I don't know what he smells like. Don't listen. I need to stop talking. I'm done.
I will tell you that I think it was 2015 somewhere. I was doing interviews for some event, and I was really nervous talking to Arteezy because I thought I only knew him from his stream. I thought he was going to be arrogant and mean and rude, like for the longest time. And then I do the first interview. It's like, wait a second.
He's very well
He is
adjusted.
super nice.
Yeah.
He's able to talk about Dota super well, and like you give a stupid question, which I do sometimes. He'll roll with it and give me the perfect answer. Right? It's that was actually very. That was my prejudice working against me, but Arteezy is one of the nicest guys. I feel like he's
Honestly, most of the Dota players now, I think the
now.
mentality has shifted. No?
No, you
Well,
said
I'm
now.
not
What about?
Well, it's like, no, because I was going to say it's grown on the scene. Like, you see teams like OG,
Yeah.
they got really good because their mentality and believing each other,
Yeah.
supporting each other, it's something that's built up. I think the pro scene in general has become less toxic as a result.
I think also one thing that has been changed, if you're going to look from TI1 to TI10, one of the big thing that is changed is people actually taking care of their physical health. People actually go to gyms and care about what they eat. Before
For sure.
it was like pizzas, burgers is fine.
No, I remember like we would go boot camp in Sweden, and they would have like a kebab pizza. Like, have you had those?
Yeah.
They kind of bang, to be fair.
They are really good.
They're good.
I'm pretty sure
Not very
I ate like
nutritious.
3 of them in a week, and I wanted to die. I'm like, it can't be the food. I just but yeah, no. Now you have healthy mind, healthy body, and you
Well,
perform
that's
better.
true, yeah.
Effort.
We need to do that for the panel, I guess.
We do actually.
Ooh,
What, you're
like
not
a
eating
morning
healthy?
jog?
I've been climbing up the
That's
stairs at a
true.
hotel. I'm literally dying by the second
Yeah, no,
floor,
okay,
but I'm
right.
doing it.
I was taking the staircase, right, in the hotel. He's going 13 floors. He, gets me involved, recruits me to the stair gang, so a good elite gang. I'm on floor 16. I gotta go up an extra 3 flights.
I'm on
up to floor 20
17,
accidentally.
and I only come back at 2 a.m. I'm not going to climb the fucking stairs. Sorry.
I ain't climbing no stairs.
It's rough. It is actually quite rough.
That's I mean, that's not gonna happen. That's why when you said Quinn takes the stairs down,
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I can get behind that.
Good. I'm like, I've been taking the stairs. I think it's a good idea because I don't really want to use the gym while we're here, you know, COVID and all.
Yeah.
And he was like, I've been taking the stairs too. I'm like, wow, I'm really impressed. And his next sentence is like, yeah, I've been taking them down. I'm just like, what? You're not taking the stairs. You're letting gravity do the work.
But
You
maybe
just
he's got his
wanna
bag
roll
of like
down them.
keyboard and mouse. And he's got some like weights additionally.
You
held
still-
That's
down.
what Jack's for.
Ah, yeah. So
But it's still exercise a little bit. It's better than nothing.
It's actually quite good. Like it works on your balance a lot. Like it is it's better than walking. It's like
Yes.
that for
And
sure.
it's better than standing in an elevator.
But I'm just saying, when I go down the stairs, I'm fine. When I go up the stairs,
Well, that's when your muscles work most.
I couldn't feel my legs the morning after one of those days.
Do you ever do something on the physical health side when you're at home?
Yeah, I have a bike at home. I ride a bike,
Okay.
like an indoor bike.
Do you, T?
No, I'm very responsible. I don't go outside because of the pandemic, so I just stay inside.
I also don't go outside, but I do have a treadmill that
I did 3 weeks of the training during DPC. I did 3 weeks, 4 weeks of that, and didn't eat chocolate and stuff. But
Yeah.
I've stopped doing that because, of course, you know, I don't have the mat.
That's what's stopping you. You're missing a yoga mat. Now you can't do anything
Those are hard
anymore.
to get.
They're very hard to get.
They're very hard to
Impossible.
get.
Very, yeah. Your crane shipping, very hard. Yep.
You can literally get it here within the hour if you want it right now.
Oh. We can
We'll
ship in
put
the
it
body
over
colours,
here.
but we can't get the mats, okay? Aww.
The body pillows are actually quite good.
They are quite nice.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Fly's now in the lobby, and Arbed's left the lobby.
Uh-oh.
So,
TNC's also missing a player now.
yeah,
I
and
think there's
Hey.
some technical difficulty.
Yeah.
Abed
no.
joined the lobby.
joined the lobby.
However, now a player from TNC is missing, and it's Bok.
It happens. I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes it's honestly unavoidable. Like some PC issue, even though it's fine the first game, something happens, or like some coordinator for only one player.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It just happens.
Sometimes the players make up excuses and say there's issues, but there's not.
Sometimes the whole server explodes.
You can't tell them we do that.
Just did. Just did.
But the whole server exploding luckily
Yeah.
doesn't happen that often.
I don't think that would ever happen.
Oh, you're not a player.
Not at
anymore.
a major.
Surely not at a major.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, sorry. Reliving the only good days of my life.
You're not a player anymore. You can confess. Have you ever lied about a pause for like anything else? Like, have you said,
Hey,
like,
I
"Oh,
have
course.
to go to the toilet while
Because
not.
because
what's
leg
the
is
dumbest
really
thing you
short.
paused for?
The dumbest thing
The
I've ever
dumbest thing you
paused
paused for, yeah.
I mean, immediately in my head, it was like, did you ever see that clip of where Envy just like fell out of his chair?
who?
Envy?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
hi!
Yeah.
Oh, Shiver Senpai!
Oh,
It's
thank God.
Koneki!
It's our friend.
Ohio, Cody-kun!
Ohio! I have interesting stats about the last game.
Oh, really? Tell us, please.
Did you know Snapfire and Mars were picked 61 times, but they only win 45 times? Knoxville says this is very bad.
Wow. 61 times in what?
The DPC sheet, what do you think I'm talking about?
I thought you meant at
45%.
this major.
There haven't been 61 games. You need to
Wow.
learn math.
All right.
Thank you. I will work on that.
Did you know Arteezy has the most Bloodseeker games?
Ever?
Riveting.
24 games.
Is
In
that
the DPC?
In the DPC?
There's no
Is
way
it
Again,
season
what
1
else?
or
What
season
else
2
would
or
I be
combined?
talking
No,
about?
that can't be DPC. He has not played 24
How's he
games.
played
in
24
DPC.
games? Yeah, that's
That has to be in like major.
He
Yeah.
has.
No, I don't believe you.
Only 4 of those games are losses.
I'm checking, don't worry.
Yeah, there's
Is it
no way in
season 1
DPC.
and season 2 combined?
Doesn't? No.
I mean, wait. So you play like it's you? I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either. Don't worry.
They're gonna fact check you.
We're fact checking you.
Yuri-kun.
You're having an audit
Hey,
right now.
Governor. Governor Sama.
Yes.
I read a comment from Twitch chat. It says you're bad. I need to go. Bye-bye. Arigato.
Yeah, I can confirm they played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 games in DPC.
1 or 2?
and they played 0 Bloodseeker. You can confirm.
Yes.
See, do you see Bloodseeker?
Oh, there's one right there.
That's today.
But the thing is, if you think like one sort of looks like 24.
No, yeah, because if you add
and
the
if
one,
you can't read, like you've just memorized a bunch of words, you might think they're the same thing.
yeah, no, I respect that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Good
one
to
is-
note, though, whenever Kurikun gives us some stats, don't just believe it.
No, yes.
Yeah.
That
He's
is-
insidious. You can't see it, but he's out to get you.
So 1 is 24. That's what we learned today.
It's not 24.
Is he NA? Because that's some NA maths right there.
I don't know. I do not. I mean, he says "arigato." That's not NA.
Yeah, but he says it like an NA person.
That is fair. That is fair. We are 1 minute away from drafts. I know we went kind of like off script a little bit, but I do want to recap what we talked about, what we want to see change for game number 2. So, we don't want to see Ancient Deparation making it through. We want to see TNC ban that. Do we still want Bristleback for TNC?
I think yes, but I think more than like draft-wise, they need to play in a way that accommodates their draft. Because I don't know if last game they were that out-drafted. I just felt like EG sort of outplayed them in the lanes, and they just sort of accepted it. They need to pick heroes that can change the status quo, make moves. Like that's what the team. Like C as a region, I can remember like they were the teams that went like Ogre CM, and the supports are roaming from minute 4 to literally 40, and they're just causing chaos on the map. That's when these teams excel. Actually, I think that might have been TNC. Dude.
Just don't play for farm. Play for kills and then farm second. Because in the lineup they had, it was farm first.
Yeah.
And that's just not what we want.
I don't think you should try to necessarily beat EG in lanes. Like Bulba has spent the last 40 years of his life beating into his players that lanes are really important and perfecting that. Like they are the best laning team in the world for a reason. They've worked really hard on it. You should try to play to your strengths.
Okay. Well, we are in the draft. We got the Templar Assassin Respect ban coming out. Timbersaw left in the pool as a change for TNC. AA still in the pool as well. And yeah, the rest is all the same. We still have the Brood, the Nyx Assassin, and the Viper ban. We'll see if EG goes for the AA, and we'll also see if TNC wants to still open up with the Bristleback. I really hope that they had that good talk that we talked about where... I mean, it's so easy to start doubting your whole game plan after a game like that, right?
Yeah, they just go for the AA. The simplest reason is Timber was let through, and picking AA still mitigates that threat. So if TNC want to go Timber +1 or Bristle +1, the first pick AA just goes, nullifies both of those open.
I honestly feel like AA just counters all of TNC's drafts. Like, I'm feeling really bad for TNC right now. And it's one hero in.
Yeah. That's pretty grim, to be fair.
I mean, that's... this hero
I
is
have a
strong.
stat.
This hero will be the hero of the major.
I have a stat. Please hold.
Okay. Oh,
I'm waiting for the stat.
waiting for stat.
Oh no.
Waiting.
Please
Let's just
hold
look at her
stat,
as she tries to look. Put some pressure.
Okay, AA
Fast.
in the wild cards, all the wild card games, it was picked 11 times out of the 17 games or 16 games or something like that, or 17 games, I think. That's not wrong. That's not right, by the way. But
Is that another
it is right.
I think there were 31
AA has
games.
been picked 11 times. He's got a 73% win rate.
Yes.
It's really high, but it does mean that he sometimes loses.
That's true. He does sometimes lose. And I think their approach against AA is better this time. Last game, like, they were trying to do what they brought from their region and pick the Bristleback.
Yeah.
It is bad versus AA. This time they picked 2 heroes I would say are pretty good versus AA. Lion's good at, some burst magic so you can reset the fight in your own way. And Tiny's always been good against the squishy backliners.
Also, I believe TNC as well is one of the, I think, maybe only teams that has run the Tiny in the 5 role before.
Yeah, they did.
And then also they run it mid. So, yeah, there's potential some quirkiness happening here.
That's a good point, actually, because I think Lion as a hero, like as a 5, is sort of mediocre, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it only worked when, for example, like Nigma, when Kuroki was playing it, when there's like a really easy avenue to play the game. It's like you're the hero to lock down the Morphling, for example.
Yeah, that makes
In a
sense,
more
actually.
open game, I think Lion 5, it's so hard because you don't really have that clean entry. But so right now, I'd rather see this as a Lion 4. Ideally, just put it as a mid Tiny. Because I've not seen enough of the Tiny 5 to know why it's good. But
I don't think you want Tiny 5 specifically versus Mars, just because you have 0 armor versus Mars.
Yeah, exactly.
But they have done that. They are a team where their 5 position, he'll play some wacky heroes.
Yeah.
And just to make the draft work. I think there's some other ones. Sorry, I haven't written down.
But wouldn't they just put Boomy on the line again? And Tim's is definitely a position 4 player that felt very comfortable on all those melee fours. Like the Spirit we just saw, Tiny falls in that category, Tusk would fall in that category as well. Like that feels like comfort to me.
Yeah, in the DBC, he was playing those heroes, but he actually specialized in a lot of range damage dealers. His most picked heroes were like Lion, Mirana, Phoenix, actually.
Okay.
I mean, historically, he's been really good on these Earth Spirits.
Yeah.
At land, sometimes you revert to that comfort zone. But the other hero that Boomy plays sometimes is actually a Puck. So to pick a Puck early, and he would just play as 5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like a new idea. You know, Puppy's been doing it for years.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone has really been doing it this patch.
But that's the fun thing about 5 is if your vision game is on point and you know how to get through laning phase, any hero can technically play 5.
Yeah.
Like, your job is literally just to be the guy who runs in first, the guy who has good warding game. Like, if you have a unique way to approach the game from a different hero, you can utilize 5 for that very thing.
I think it's because of the skill set of 5, as you were mentioning, right? Like, your heroes don't really define a lot of the things that 5s can do.
Yep.
But you don't want to pick some too crazy stuff. You still want to be able to control runes, get some map control. I like to call it like map presence. Like I just call it map for short. It's like you want your 5 hero to be able to move around, and when he goes somewhere, there's map pressure on them.
Yep.
So like Clockwork, I really like as 5, stuff like that.
Yeah, the value of having a melee 5s, because like so many of the perfect supports, it's always like, it's always these range guys, you don't get jumped. But when you suddenly change it up and you put this 5 melee hero, and he's just running around, it's like, oh god, we gotta kill him first. Why like VP solo back in the day, why he was so good at his role was because he was able to be a hero that didn't die instantly.
That's
Positioning
so
Ogre.
Was.
Maybe is, I don't know. Like the really tanky 5 is what I'm referring to, not the player.
Okay.
Because like back then you would build like 5 bracers on Ogre. I remember seeing his inventory. It's literally 5 bracers.
Fluffy hats are the new in thing, by the way. Fun fact, you can go 2 Fluffies double branch. Just get like a 1k HP, walk to lane, don't need regen, get a couple bounties, bring the tangos out. You're a big boy.
You can also buy 8 Fairy Fires to start with.
That's true. Yeah.
Jenkins taught me that one.
You could also buy no items and rush a Vanguard.
Jenkins also taught me that one.
Jenkins also taught me that one.
I heard about that one.
A lot of really good ideas.
All right, Howie, we're on a panel together. Please, can we push the Refresher Mars thing?
No, I don't think it's very good. The Refresher's a very good item, but I like it. No, because Refresher as an item, it can work on Mars for sure.
Thank you.
It can work on Mars.
All right.
I like that on like
only Mars.
Pangolier Refresher was really good, and Bat Rider. I thought those two.
All right, there we go. But Mars number 1.
So they go with a Puck on TNC. I think that means this Tiny's probably. I mean, we don't know, right? They play Puck 5.
Exactly.
Flex pick. We like flex picks.
You know, if you don't know what you're doing, EG won't know what you're doing. Ooh, a Rasta. That's a crit special right there.
Yeah.
EG is basically every single pick is like face up. You know, the Mars should be off lane. Your Shaman is just your 4 A's, 5, etc. But they have. When you're playing against teams that are trying to be flexible, picking hard counters unflexes the draft, right? Because right now it's like, if you want to put your Puck mid, we've already got the Shaman to deal with you. We've already got like the tankiness of the Mars to be present. So TNC, they're kind of putting themselves in a position of trying to be hidden, but it's kind of getting a bit more shown now because of EG's.
EG's basically, their draft is just stable, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Like there's a thing, I've been watching some chess videos because I find their theory really fascinating. But when the opponent does a lot of like weird wacky moves, something you can just do is just make your foundation stable.
Exactly.
Like there's a reason why stuff is a standard in the game.
Yeah.
Like if they do something weird, you just go and beat.
Ooh. Okay.
Night Stalker, okay.
That's pretty unique.
It's a good pick this game.
It's
That's one of the heroes that A is terrified of.
Yeah. But it's one of those heroes where it's less about laning phase, because again, it's not going to win its lane. It's going to go for farm, but it's what they do as soon as that laning phase collapses. Those couple first night times, we need to see them playing together, be proactive.
And I like this versus EG, because your idea should be we get through lanes and we out-rotate them, outplay them after the laning stage. Night Stalker is one of those heroes that naturally does that, you know?
Yeah.
You need to survive the lane. 5 minutes hits, even if you lose the lane slightly, you can kick out almost anyone.
But this is where EG, their response is instantly picking more tankiness. They've now picked 2 heroes to counter this Puck. So if it is Tiny mid, your DK's there. If it's Puck mid, there's a DK there to be the counter. Night Stalker, his game plan is to feed off the supports. But if he's ever playing too aggressive, like there's a bit of disconnection where Night Stalker goes in, Puck line and Tiny they need a couple items to join him. So before that timing comes in, this arena will once again be the big victor. And it's why EG was able to take that lead in the first game. Was Dark still someone was running in first, the arena has value. So Night Stalker, he kind of wants to be the one going in first, but if he does die straight away, TNC aren't going to be able to take that second fight. So yeah, arena is high value here, and Night Stalker has to be so decisive with which fight he takes.
If you're flying from the Night Stalker ulti, I don't think you can get speared to the arena though.
Correct. You're above, just like the Lion Earth Spike.
But you still get
the
speared
arena
to trees,
is,
right?
Yeah, you can still get speared to trees. The arena is super high value this game. But I'm just thinking like, maybe they can play around that fast. I mean, at the same time, you have like Hex and DK stuff.
Yeah,
they're very stable stuns on Night Stalker. Classically, what counters Night Stalker is tanky heroes, as you were mentioning, and just hard stuns.
Yes.
Like it used to be like Beastmaster, right? You had vision on him, and you just roared him, and you just killed this guy.
But at least this time, TNC, they've got the last pick in the draft, so they can unflex a little bit of their quirkiness. Because right now, like it could be Night Stalker off lane.
Actually, Gabby's even played Tiny Carry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll do that. I think they should last pick a core this game for sure.
Especially with the double tankiness of Mars DK. Like, they're putting so much emphasis on killing supports. They kind of have missed the beat of how to actually kill cores right now.
See, but like right now, like in my head, I was like, okay, maybe they can pick a Slark. But then this AA hero just completely destroys that hero. Like this, I'm telling you, this AA hero makes it almost impossible to pick a carry that can 1v5 this game. TNC's draft right now needs a carry that 1v5s the game. There's like maybe Terrorblade.
Yeah.
That's like the only one that's good versus AA. Maybe like some Naga Siren. Oh, it's actually banned out by EG. So
yeah, these were the bans they did.
Oh, and they steal the Terrorblade because that was a hero that could 1v5 against AA.
That's nice.
He's also really good against Night Stalker. You just press Q on Night Stalker, you get full night vision. Really strong.
And in laning phase as well, Night Stalker is a hero that is decently armored, but he doesn't really kill. So that opens up, like, the main thing about offlanes right now is offlanes often by vanguards and they're in your face. Night Stalker is a hero that is not in your face. At nighttime he can, but it's all about kind of right clicks and chipping you down. TB doesn't really care about that.
One of the other counters to Night Stalker is when it becomes that first night, you just keep shoving the wave, so he has to defend that tower and can't rotate. TB can just make a lot of illusions and do that. The other thing is, I've noticed this trend, but people when they pick TB, because they're going Dragonlance SMY, these Scotty, these items, they don't care about the magical burst as much anymore. Before it'd be really hard to pick TB into Lion Puck Tiny, but I don't think Arteezy cares. He might even get a cloak this game.
Oh yeah,
tank it up.
But that's where TNC they have to. Again, we've said it so many times now. Their laning phase, they need to actually be present, and they have to be the ones proactive. If they kind of slip into a rhythm of farm, that's where they will eventually, at minute 20, when they look at Terrorblade or DK or Mars, these heroes will innately be tanky. Mars might have a pipe, DK will just with levels, and then TB with this Dragonlance +1 build, they're going to have a lot of issues of bursting a single hero.
So they need a fighting core.
I think they should pick a Juggernaut, like something like this. They do need a fighting core.
Yeah.
They have to win top lane because Night Stalker is not going to have any pressure. No one on other team's going to pressure DK. If you don't win at least you don't have to win the lane, but you need to be able to like make moves to the lane. You cannot lose 3 lanes and just have no options, especially not for CG.
Well, they're running out of time in terms of that's all their bonus time they've got left.
Yeah, I would say one of the weaknesses of AA is that he can't really zone the offlaner that much solo. So if you pick something like a Juggernaut and you rotate a Tiny 4 early, I can see them feeding off Ice this game. It's hard because he's Ice, but they need something like that.
They go for Spectre.
Spectre, okay.
Not much of a fighting core, depending on hero build though.
2 backline supports though. I can see him getting on top of them. I am a bit worried about this Terrorblade though. I don't know if they had the damage to deal with him when he gets BKB or even like a hood or a cloak.
The main thing for me is simply TNC. They have a lineup that, once again, mid to late game, it has its merits, it looks strong, but the inability to push lanes quick enough, or waves, sorry, kill creeps quick enough, to then connect into kills, compared to the simplicity of EG, where it's like a Shaman can push a wave, Mars can push a wave, DKTB can do it innately. So TNC, it's so much importance on Night Stalker having a good game to get the momentum going in their side. So every time Night Stalker fights, they find kills. If that doesn't happen, EG will naturally, with their very stable draft, just scale to a point of being able to fortify a position and win a fight just from standing still. Like, play around arena, play around the Terrorblade, supports will be cushioned by their cores. And yeah, a lot of emphasis on TNC being proactive this game.
So what you're saying is, if the teams go into it the exact same as previous game, it's going to be feeling the same as the previous game.
Yeah, I think so.
Exactly,
but I think TNC will make that adjustment. They're a good enough team to just be like, here's why we lost last game, here's how we need to adjust, let's execute.
Yep. And that's why the Night Stalker's been picked, really. It's a hero that can, if given the right circumstances, can connect with, does Lion have Finger? Does Puck have Cold? Does Tiny have Avatos? If each of these heroes have a threat, you have that 1-2 punch, but it's so much emphasis on both these, like Night Stalker playing with every hero at the perfect time to get them into that point of the game.
Is it still the case that Night Stalker first nighttime, that's the one he should shine on, or is it not as black and white anymore?
I would like to see them all collapse into the Terrorblade lane, take that first tower, and open up the jungle to make
I think it's hard
plays.
for Night Stalker to rotate that early on the first night. Like, you still need to farm a lot during that.
Yeah.
They come to him.
If they come to him,
Yeah.
it sounds good.
Yeah.
Or
Surely
if
you're
there's
not
a
going to
really
come
good fight, you can
towards
TP
a Night
into.
Stalker.
Sorry?
Surely you're not going to go towards a Night Stalker at nighttime. Hey, let's see what
Or
this
his
guy's-
teammates.
No,
come
his
to
own
him.
his
teammates.
teammates.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
I
No,
mean, honestly, though, sometimes the best way to deal with these temple heroes is just to go pressure them more. Sometimes it works.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out if that will work this game and how the Night Stalker will indeed do in this game 2 between EG and TNC. We're heading over to our commentary duo of ODPixel and Fogged.
Yes, thank you again, Sheev. Yeah, EG versus TNC game 2. Looking like another rough one. Does feel like EG's gotten again this really solid stable draft, again with the basis of the Mars and the AA, which they look so comfortable with, and they've got Arteezy on one of his best heroes, the Terrorblade. Owen, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you know, seeing that the Arteezy Terrorblade coming out is going to be pretty scary here for TNC. They've obviously decided to slap out themselves with an old big carry for Gabby, the Spectre. Do you like that approach here? I mean, Spectre against a Terrorblade? How did this matchup sort of work out down the line?
It feels like it's going to be hard for them to get the pacing of the game. I feel like EG's got so many different ways to actually pressure buildings, pressure objectives. DK, Shaman, and TB, they're going to be able to hit all these buildings and just get that tower advantage, I feel, a lot earlier than TNC is going to be able to make the moves. But TNC, they do at least have the combo, right? The Puck and the Spectre, I've seen this one actually have some pretty good success when you do pop the double ultis to kill those backline heroes, but it does feel very hard. I think EG's gotten exactly what they want, and I mean, Mars is just looking like the absolute best offlaner. As we've seen, 80-something% win rate across so many games always allows you to win these team fights. And again, I feel like EG's got the team fight advantage with this draft.
Okay. I mean, one thing that they do have, TNC, though, is they have a lot of burst, right? You know, in that mid game, are they not going to be able to cause issues for the Terrorblade and blow them up? Because this isn't a Terrorblade backed up by any sort of defensive, saving supports. You know, is that not going to be something they can abuse, or is there a reason to not be worried about that?
As long as they can find him. I think that's the biggest thing is with these Terrorblades, is sometimes you're not even going to be able to get to him. The images are going to be pushing out. And I've been seeing in pubs, like the newer kind of style build like Curtis was talking about, like AY was saying, is this Dragonlance S and Y, and then you actually just go stats. Instead of leveling reflection, you get 1 point of that reflection for the fights, and that's just about it. You max up on those stats, so you get really tanky, and you're not that afraid of big burst damage. But we'll see. We'll see how it all ends up happening. Also, reflection in lane, very strong ability. I've been seeing people getting it at level 1 now. We see Arteezy doing that right away. Very good versus Night Stalker, as Curtis pointed out as well. You get the full vision. You pop it on that Night Stalker at nighttime, and you get to see everything inside of the fight. So we'll see how it all ends up kicking off.
All right, then looking at sort of the other lanes. I mean, last time round we saw Gabby having a bit of a slow start on the Wraith King. Is that going to be the case again here? Do you expect Crit and Ice and the Shaman Mars duo will be able to pressure the Spectre early on?
Yeah, this is a really strong lane. It's this. Look at this base damage, right? 53 on Spectre, 78 on Shadow Shaman. Mars just dominant at being able to not only get last hits, but also prevent the enemy core from getting last hits with spears and rebukes pushing him away. Does seem a bit difficult for them as well. Mid, we've seen this matchup so many times now. Armel, he's one of the players that actually does get the phase shift, as we've seen Miracle. He doesn't get the phase shift in this matchup. He likes going for the brute force. Armel tries to dodge those breathe fires, misses this one, so he will have that damage reduction on him, but tries to play around those breathe fires.
Sure. I mean, it's not easy to dodge them. It's definitely one of those abilities that, you can definitely try and play for the dodge, but it's coming at you very quickly to the point where you've almost got to predict. And sometimes you can, right? If you're lined up with some range creeps, he's going to go for the nuke. You can try and time it. But yeah, definitely a tricky one here against Arbed's DK.
Boomy does get a pull off bottom. It's a single pull, but it is Harpies, so it's a good one no matter what. They also do block the hard camp. Boomy doing a good job of trying to secure Gabby's front, but we see Gabby already starting to suffer. We see the 3 lanes looking good here in the first 2-3 waves for EG. Meta has been popped, so difficult for the Night Stalker to actually walk up to the wave right now. Tims can't really do much of anything on the Tiny up here until we do see nighttime coming around.
And that is going to mean, Arteezy having as good of a start as he would hope for here.
Yep. Starts with the upgraded wand right away, since he knows there's going to be some spam coming out from Bach just to secure last hits. You know he's going to use Void to get any type of range creep, so you'll get those extra wand charges. Same thing for Tims. You're going to get extra amount of heal in case they do go aggressive onto you. And Fly, he'll just play the lane nice and stable with boots. Not really going to be tossed back in too many situations up here. And the Spectre's really suffering. 6 last hits still. It hasn't really gone up at all. As Crit now getting aggressive with Ice. Boomy will be okay. They have to be so careful down here, though, on TNC. No, he can't get anything. He's going for these range creeps, and it just gets denied in his face because these high base damage. And he gets pushed away, too. It's you walk up. That's why Mars is so strong in the laning phase. He just ruins your carry. Your carry's game just starts a lot slower than usual because you're just pushed away from these constant last hits. Boomy actually goes for a different type of play here. He invades to steal away a bounty rune rather than playing inside of the lane. So they will prevent Abed from filling up the bottle on that.
Oh, for sure, but yeah, the 7 CS against the 16
nothing.
And 8 of Ice. It's not likely going to get any easier. I mean, a bit of fortune there for Gabby as Ice does whiff the spear. So Gabby not going to take any harassment.
Yeah, it's every time you walk up for a CS, you get rebuked back. You walk up for the next CS, you get speared away. Does miss the spear this time around, so he will get at least 2 last hits on that wave, but yeah, continuing to struggle while Arteezy gets full free farm versus this Night Stalker.
So yeah, well, overall, as you say, that just bottom lane, Boomy. He's able to get the stun off in time, so Crit won't be able to follow up with the lockdown.
That was decent.
In terms of offensive
Boomy,
potential for, I mean, yeah, he's able to give a little bit of window for Gabby to attend to the creeps without them looking towards him. This top lane is definitely going to be a problem. Arteezy, we saw what he was able to do last game when he had free farm, and on a Terrorblade, it's going to be even scarier. This laning stage going perfectly for Artur, 24 and 12. I mean, all 3 of their cores yet again here, EG. The laning setup has been perfect, and so far in these first 5 minutes, TNC no signs of really being able to slow down EG's laning stage.
No, Tim's level 2, just like last game, struggling to find any type of levels inside of the laning phase. Bottom again, Gabby just continuing to get rebuked, speared away from creeps, gets denied. Another range creep from Ice denied. They're struggling down here quite heavily. Is catching up 20 to 22, but you see those 10 denies on the Mars. You see 6 denies on the Shadow Shaman, so they're prioritizing just getting those range creeps.
And of course, an excellent game for Ice to set up. Every time having that AA backup, and of course down the line the Terrorblade. It's just that good controlled area that Ice will be able to set up in, and Arteezy can just walk in and do the damage.
Yeah, and we do have to say, you know, for Armel, he is countered pretty hard in this game. It's not like we saw the other day from what Secret did play versus Nigma, where they had like 5 different forms of silences and just fully countering the puck, but he is playing versus DK, he's playing versus Shadow Shaman. These instant stunts can be very problematic for Armel, who does feel like he has to have a pretty explosive mid-game for them to have a shot in it.
Look at their eyes over towards the mid lane.
Yeah, they've got the coil and they've got the tiny, so they can actually toss out of the coil to get for that extra damage, perhaps, onto Abed.
I mean, they're going to try it. Here we go with the coil and the toss back into the stun. See if they have the damage. He's still got 12 one charges in a fairy fire. He will pop him as he heads over to the side. Flying Crit turn up. Abed. Another orb comes through. Armel's still trying to find him. They will finally get him. They do manage to bring down Abed then. Well, turn towards Crit. They might even be able to pick up the Shaman as well. Armel's going to have the orb up in a second. Hex comes out from Crit. See if Crit can do anything in return. He can't. Nice. Armel gets a second. He's going to have another orb in a moment here if you want to try and go for Fly. Excellent stun from Boomy. Catches Fly. TNC with some beautiful moves here around the mid as Armel gets the triple. TNC, this time around, this game, they're prepared. And as you said, you know, Armel, he's got to pop off. He's got to hit that momentum. What better way to do it than starting with a triple kill here at 7 minutes around his mid lane?
And I've seen this so much actually from the SEA region that they're really good at using these heroes to break the coil. So Tim's with an excellent rotation, now looking to make the move bottom for Gabby. Ice might be in some trouble here. Another move too for Boomy.
Stun comes out. Ice. Yeah, he's gone.
Great stuff.
I mean, yeah, Tim's making the moves. He really is. 1-1 and 2. He's set up this action from mid lane to bottom lane. He's diving in. RTZ's going to turn up. Got the stun out, so Tim's, he'll be fine. He'll be able to walk this one off. But yeah, Tim's definitely making up for the lack of action that was really brought in game 1. You know, we saw a real struggle from Tim's to get the ball rolling as the Earth Spirit in the first game of this series. This game 2 on the Tiny, looking pretty damn hot so far.
Yeah, loving the double support rotations. Even Boomy now looking to invade versus crit, get some information, even block out the camp, block out the stack, block out the Ancients too. Some nice preparation coming from them. Coil's back up, Tim's looking to play around the mid lane. They secure that Arcane Rune for Armel, and ready to do the same play. If they see the DK form get popped, they're going to go for a toss back again for breaking Coil. Swapping the lanes, Ice goes top to play versus the Night Stalker. RTZ, as you mentioned, is down bottom versus the Spectre now. Does have to be careful of double rotations though.
Tim's going to pick up some XP here in the mid lane. But he's trying to play as far away as possible from Bok during the night time.
Oh, he goes for the deny on the ward, but he's going to get punished for it.
We'll see down at the bottom as well. EG, they get the kill. Onto Boomy there. Easy catch and set up as RTZ able to pick up some action. And with that kill, as you say, over on the mid lane, Abed seems able to put much pressure onto the tower. They have Armel coming in. Armel's going to do his best to hold this push off. And even further back up, they might try something here with Coil, but he's already been found. They get the stun off, and we'll be able to get that phase shift and Coil off onto the 2 of them as they're going to look to try and take this TNC. Gabby coming in with the Haunt, moves in onto Ice, she's done for. The rest of EG, they've got to run. As yet again, TNC reacting very well here to the aggression from EG on the mid lane.
That was really close too. That was heads-up play there from Abed. He cuts the tree to see the puck, gets the stun initially, but he will be able to dodge that spear, so he does end up surviving. Gets the full backup of his team to stop the tower push. They're reacting really nicely to these Elder Dragon forms. That is that big rotation that we're talking about with the level 6s with the Haunt plus that Coil. Fly. Also being chased. Boomy's here.
That's looking like a bit of a free kill here for TNC as they catch Fly out on his own.
Very nice.
Get some more money into the pocket of Gabby.
Much better moves this game in the early game than last one.
Oh, without a doubt. And Armel, this master tier puck, 3-0-1. He's having the exact start he needs. He's going to get a good timing on the Witchblade. And will be able to have the tools to make these early moves. And obviously, ideally for TNC, manage to make some plays onto the Terrorblade before RTZ's quite ready for it.
Absolutely. All these early type of advantage kills for the puck enables you so nicely when you're playing versus a hero like DK. You know he's going to go for that early Blink Dagger, so if you get some type of advantage to get a little bit tankier too, like this Witchblade, will help out a lot if he does get initially jumped. Bottom tower will drop, as we mentioned. EG does have a very strong pushing lineup. It looks like they might get a trade top. This Catapult Wave is on the tower. Gabby and Tim's look like they're probably going to be able to secure it. How's that? Levels looking. Shadow Shaman is 6, but the AA is only level 4, so they won't have Ice Blast for quite a long time. Boomy?
On the hunt here, Ice and crit, but Boomy's going to be able to find Ice. Sets up with a Hex. Arena's going to get dropped from Ice in an attempt to hold them back from chasing, and they're going to turn their efforts over towards crit instead. As they bring down the Shaman, that's the Arena down, and not too much achieved there as Ice has to use it defensively.
Nice smoke break by the Lion. Force that Arena defensively, and they don't have the AA6, so Fly, he's got to find somewhere to actually get those levels so that they can have that AA blast on top, because otherwise they have to commit Shadow Shaman wards with that Mars Arena to go for any type of kill. If Abed's not there, they don't have the damage. Until AA blast is online. And everything's still blocked over here, as we mentioned. You know, that hard camp from Boomy that he blocked down on the Dire Ancient side, still blocked. Ancient's going to get cleared once, but then it's blocked. That's going to be really big to slow down RTZ's farm. He already has the Dragon Lance, so he is pretty tanky already, but that's going to be quite impactful, and they're already looking to invade. They've got the Dark Ascension available from the Night Stalker, even if it isn't nighttime. So they are quite powerful right now. Haunt up also in 8 seconds.
Invisibility.
Gabby just doing his best to catch up with RTZ. RTZ still in that top spot with as good of a lane at the beginning that he did have, and the fact that he has been able to continue in this 12 minutes to find places to farm that TNC have yet to be able to make the moves into. So some good map awareness here from Artur as he's able to stay completely off the radar here.
They want to punish this up top. Fly's kept this lane steady for quite some time now, getting that level 6 just about done on the AA. They want to go for a kill here. We see the puck rotation, but there's a ward. It is going to be able to spot them out. Fly should be safe.
Yeah, Fly positioned very carefully. Ideally trying to waste as much time as possible here for the two of TNC. You know, if they're trying to make moves on him, the rest of his cores are fine. ZG, they'll smoke it from the mid. Arbed and Fly. They want to go for a big reveal here with the Blink Dagger pick up on Arbed.
They want to try to go for some big objectives. They do still see these heroes in their jungle, though. The ward is going to get dewarded. See if which move they make. Is it going to be on mid, or is it going to be to clear out these pesky heroes in their side?
Let's see if they can find EG.
They've got to read where Gabby is.
Big catch.
They were pinging exactly where he does back up to. A ward placed. They do see him.
Wards down, but Gabby.
Oh, Gabby, he's got the read.
Very carefully positioned and getting that dagger out, putting a stop to any blink initiation, and now they're going to come over the counterplay, straight in with the horn. They're on top of Fly. They're going to look over towards Ice as well, as he'll drop the arena, try and get out here with the TP, but they have the burst. Boomy's in with the finger. TNC, I mean, compared to game one, a huge improvement here from TNC, as this time round they've got a fantastic read on these moves that EG's trying to make. You know, last game we saw EG pretty much get away with everything that they were doing. This time round, TNC, they're having none of it. They're moving in past the tier 1s. They're looking towards Arbed. The Shaman wards will be dropped down. Bok, he's able to get out of there easily with the phase boots, and they haven't got the damage to take him out. It's Bok. He'll be able to head away from this. RTZ's trying to close the gap. Arbed, he manages to do so, but now he's jumped into the coil setup. Harmel, he's going to turn. Arbed taking down low to the Witchblade. That's Arbed gone. Tims finishes him off with the Avalanche. They'll lose Boomy for it, but Arbed, with that aggressive move to get the kill onto the Night Stalker, does cost him his life there, as again, Harmel able to clean up and stay alive here. 4-0-3 on the puck. EG, the move towards the mid. RTZ with the remainder of this Metamorphosis trying to take down this tier 1. See if Armel's able to push them back. They've got the fortification available. 20 seconds until arena on ice.
Great moves from TNC still. Even though they do lose a couple heroes at the end of it all, they're stopping the push. The mid tower is still alive. They're going to refill the bottle of Armel, coil back up in 40 seconds, and Gabby's getting all the space in the world to catch back up to this Terror Blaze. These are really nice moves. And just great reads, like you said. You know, that move from Gabby, like he was 100% aware of them trying to invade. With the way that he was positioned on that neutral camp was just beautiful for him to react, his team to react, him to get the haunt follow up. Yeah, really nice stuff. Looking like a completely different team this time from TNC. Blink Dagger done now for Tims. Look at that. 15 minutes in, super early on. He's going to be able to follow up always with Armel now.
Yeah, I think this is just a huge part of this. Mid. Got the catch and burst. Bok. He's not going to be in a lot of trouble. They've got him. No struggle there with the 4 of them being able to blow up a hero with that Ice Blast. See if TNC's able to do anything with it. They're going to smoke up. Maybe see if they can try and catch EG after EG's sort of unleashed their combo there.
TNC's just hard committing here onto this tower. They see that this is the real one, too.
They've got Dream Coil.
They might just be able to blow him up with Tim's Blink.
They don't have Finger. Have they got enough alone between the Hex? He's still alive. RTZ's able to turn. Sunders off onto Tims. RTZ's fine. They try and make the move, but they didn't have Finger for a good 25 seconds or so. And without that additional bit of burst, they just didn't quite have enough. EG able to keep their cool. If RTZ doesn't get 100 to 0, he's going to be able to turn the fight around every time.
Radiant are scanning.
The Blink reveal, too, not being successful. They know Tiny's going to have it for the next few moments, and now he's got the Fusel Blade finished on RTZ, too.
Oh, it's pretty scary. Yeah, I mean, these sort of situations now, you know, like just then when they jumped in, they couldn't take him out. Now there's no chance running away. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out from RTZ and that extra bit of control as well.
You know, I can see why they wanted to make the move with the Blink reveal, but their lineup is really around playing very effectively around these cooldowns. Like this Night Stalker either being there alive or them having the Haunt follow up with a coil. So jumping the gun a little bit there, it's going to hurt them a lot, hurt their momentum that they were really starting to get inside of the game.
Dropping down that little bit of a net worth lead that they had managed to build up with the last few engagements.
Now RTZ's got a fan brace.
Less than 1k in it.
He's just going to back up and farm on his side. Going to be a lot harder for them to invade. Gabby's got good timing on Manta.
He does, but I guess what the game plan for TNC around this Spectre is Is it looking like they're trying to go for a bit of a slower, more late-game ramp-up, you know, compared to like RTZ with this Diffusal Blade BKB? You know, if you go in this Dragonlance Diffusal BKB, is EG's plan sort of to try and close this game up before the Spectre really gets there?
No, I think EG knows they're going to have to fight back because TNC is going to just constantly fight around these cooldowns. So I think this approach by RTZ is absolutely right. He knows they're going to just all in on him to kill him. So that's the way that this draft works. When you have this Puck, when you have this Spectre, when you have all this burst damage with Lion as well, it's all about deleting a hero instantly. EG's is kind of similar though. You know, they have this AA, this Mars, so it's kind of just a similar fight back. And there is now a lens also on crit, so they have to watch out from how far they can get caught from. Boomy, bit out of position there, will get caught out, but it's just a 5 position. Yeah. Armel has to be very cautious of his position. Aether Lens on this Shaman, max Hex, has to be careful. Dims?
So sort of overall, as you say, RTZ, even when he has the BKB, you don't think there's necessarily going to be any urgency from EG to start running down lanes to push the advantage. This still very much could be a game that RTZ is just going to continue to hit the creep, split the lanes up, and play for whatever portion they feel is going to be nice at this match.
Yeah. They just know that they have to fight back because it's going to get forced at sometimes from TNC. They also have a great pushing lineup, so if they're always forcing these lanes in, they're going to get that map advantage. They're going to be able to get these Roshans because they have this easier objective taking with the Shadow Shaman and the TB. Tims. Nice little casual toss. Try to slow down this push. Nice, he's
is ready to go. Tims is out with a blink inside, but Boomy, he'll get caught in the arena. He goes down. Bok trying to step in here onto RTZ, but RTZ's fine. Arbed actually in with a jump stun onto Bok. Bok's in trouble. Hex is out, Bok's gone. Double kill for RTZ, the tower cleaned up as well as EG get away with the tier 2 push and TNC not able to pull together a defense.
He's so tanky now on RTZ. Even though he didn't go for the S and Y build, he's got a fan brace. He's keeping it on the strength fan brace too, so 1600 HP and now, Armel!
They've caught him! He was out with the orb, but Arbed ready to catch him with the Dragon Tail. As that's a painful one there. Arbed, you know, shutting down this momentum from Armel that's ever so important for TNC. Catches like that, you know, Armel, he just can't let that happen.
No, it's not easy to avoid though with this quick blink setup. Also the Aether Lens on crit to follow up.
And another one. Boomy, he's just standing in range of the blink stuff from Arbed. He's straight on top of them. That's Boomy gone. Tims will be able to turn with the Avalanche toss to get Arbed away from him, but I mean, just like that, it feels like 2 sort of unnecessary deaths there from TNC as they just one by one die here to Arbed just being in range with the blink stun as EG stuck around.
And their burst damage is not going to be nearly effective anymore on TNC, as we mentioned. RTZ, strength fan brace, but he also now hits 15. So 275 health talent, one of the better talents actually on these carries.
Talent, yeah.
It's huge. Like, he's 2k HP. How the hell do you bring him down now? He's gonna get Sunder off in these fights, guaranteed, unless somehow you isolate him completely. He's gonna be saved. He's got teammates to back him up. Game's starting to look a lot more difficult here for TNC. Boomy's got Blink on the line, so they do have ways to get that straight initiation, but it feels like they have to catch him alone and isolate it, and now he has BKB too. Ice has gone for full defensive, not going for a Blink Dagger, as they have the double initiations with the DK and the Shaman. He just needs to tank up that Terrorblade and his team. Feels very appropriate in this game.
So, I mean, Gabby, you know, in these team fights, he's got to come out with his horn, and once the diffusal's done, you know, delete these 2 supports. You know, get rid of crit and fly as quickly as he can. And you know, at the moment, that's Tims. He steps in range here. Chris just able to turn with a Hex setup. Tims, is he going to be able to live through this? I don't think so. Cold Feet's going to kick in. That's Tims gone. Again, TNC just sort of losing heroes here as they're just stepping a little too close to EG. They've got to be careful and prepared with the distance they keep between them, as EG, they have got that catch and they will punish these heroes being out of position.
And now Roche, easy. They don't even have to commit the meta. Unless they see a fight coming toward them, they can just clear it with these Shaman wards. Abed even pops the ult. He's got the Aghanims already done too. And another health talent, of course, too, is the DK. 400 health talent at 15. How do you burst these cores? Their whole lineup on TNC is about just deleting a hero before the fight starts, and now the 3 cores are just too tanky for them. They have to kill the supports, as you mentioned, but
TNC,
they've been killing the Tors afterwards.
They're coming over, they want to try and go for the steal. Let's see if they can go for any big play here. Roshan falling low, RTZ committed with a BKB so he can finish this up. Oh, the bash comes out. They're going to get him with a jump. Gabby, he's able to snatch the Aegis. Gabby gets the Aegis snatch. RTZ will be able to still stand his ground, take down Tim's. Bok's going to run down, fly on the high ground. Boomy will fall as they're still struggling to deal with RTZ. Arma's able to jump out of the pit with the orb. TNC, they get something out of this. They get kills as well. Gabby and Bok, they run down Crit. As Gabby, he's got that Aegis intact, ready for the next move. They're able to make that play and just a bit of a slowdown from the attempt, trying to commit with the BKB, but old Roche, he's got his hands out for Arteezy as he bashes him, slows down the kill a bit, just enough for TNC to have the time to get in and be there as the Aegis drops.
Good old RNG coming into play a little bit there, giving TNC some hope.
Yeah, a little bit of time to play, and they play it perfectly. Gabby's in, and big moves from the Spectre here. 2-0-5, now Gabby's game flawless so far. With that Aegis, the next move that EG would have probably wanted to look for or respond to, if TNC want to play aggressive with this, it's not going to be as easy. They're going to have to deal with 2 rounds of Gabby.
No, and Gabby can now commit a lot harder into the fights with his first life. Just jumping onto the backlines, killing them, and then continue to look to pressure the other heroes. And even though they are tanky, as we mentioned, he does have Diffusal. So at least he can burn that mana pool away to still continuously do damage versus these tanky cores. TNC needed that. EG, still looking to be active. Level 18 now on Abed. Armel. Ooh, good thing he did not jump to that orb.
EG slowing things down a little bit now. Stand on their half of the map. Abed tries with the jump in, pops the Elder Dragon form, but Armel, he's out. He is out, so able to avoid Abed now, whilst this Dragon form has been popped. So another smooth move here from TNC will slow down EG's potential a little bit.
Oop, Arcane Rune, but Armel, he gets caught.
Say that, no, Abed, he's able to get on top. Armel's got an orb in a second, but the arena is down. Armel, has he got any escape? Will drop the Dream Coil, orb out to the side. Armel, he's away. Actually manages to make it out there. Looks to be a bit spooky as Abed gets that jump on him, but Armel will make it out alive.
What a madman. I cannot believe he jumps into the river to try to get the rune away from 3 heroes. Thankfully survives for himself, but we'll have to use that coil defensively to get out. They do have Haunt back up in 5 seconds on TNC, but now that coil's down for 50, they probably have to wait a moment before looking for the play. But I do see them grouping up, so maybe they won't wait.
I think they want to do something with this Aegis.
Yeah,
I think even without the coil, they know that they can get to these backliners. I mean, with the BKB and Bok can just charge in and make it very hard for EG to sort of separate themselves from, Bok and Gabby getting on top of one of these squishier heroes.
Scan comes out, though. They catch it perfectly, EG. Very aware of this move. RTZ. He's going to ditch out of here. Crit as well. All grouping up around the BK. No.
Radiant are scanning.
Just leaves an illusion to push out the lane. And he's going to give all that information. Armel can barely even kill this illusion. It takes him quite a bit of time.
That's not going to get any easier with the full butterfly being done pretty much here for RTZ.
Ooh. And he did max the reflection this game. I guess it is so effective versus the Spectre and the Night Stalker. I've seen a lot of games where they do just put 1 point in it, especially players like Poyoyo. He loves stats, so.
I think you're right. It's definitely circumstantial.
Yeah.
This game, some good reasons to play with it, and with sort of the action that we have seen. There have been fights turning up. Those abilities are going to make the difference. As we'll see, top lane, tier 2 will be let go on here from EG.
TNC glyphed as well to go for the push. That means they have no glyph for bottom. EG was thinking about threatening something here. They force some reaction, but they will back up together.
Maybe it's sort of the big brain move. They have the Aegis on Gabby. They kind of want EG to try and do something. So maybe they're saying, hey, look at us. Oh no, we've got no glyph. Try and bring a fight to us.
Not too much time left on it though.
They
30 seconds.
Oh yeah, they better be keeping that in track. Otherwise, that could cause some issues here if they're not keeping their mind on that time. And they're going to try and find something.
They're going to go for it.
They're in with the Haunt, straight over towards Crit. They've got the illusions in upon him as well. They'll try and turn the lockdown onto Gabby. Crit, he's not going to be able to get out as they take down the 2 squishies. Both supports fall on EG. Armel jumping in with the control onto YSI side. Hearts easy trying to step up with the BKB as they're stepping back now. TNC Gabby Still got that Aegis available. ISO will be brought down. It's down to just Arbed and Arteezy now. Arteezy with no BKB. Gabby, Aegis times out. We'll give him the full health and full mana though, which might be enough to give him the strength to get back in there. Box trying to have a look at the two of them. It's just down to these two, Arbed and Arteezy. They're ready to try and take them on 2v4. Arbed jumps back in with the Dragon Tail, getting in aggressive. Armel's trying to get over towards Arteezy on the backlines. They've got the damage control to take down bot.
Tim's threw him in.
What?
Oops.
Oh no, he did not want
him.
Oh, oh wow, there you go. You know, Tim's. You got to be careful how close you get to this man. As yeah, next thing you know, you're getting a first-class ticket on the old Tiny Airlines. As yeah, that's dead box. Dead for 25.
And the two tanky cores, Abed as well as Arteezy, again taking both of the health talents at 20 as well. I've seen more Conjure Image duration talents, but 8 stats. You can see why this game. 20 strength always on this DK as well. Very effective.
Yeah.
They're going to be these beasts in the fight that we see that TNC can't really deal with, even if they're isolated, even if BKB is down from the Terrorblade. They still have to be quite afraid of Arteezy and Abed.
I mean, that was, yeah, it was literally, what, 2 versus 4 situation, and nothing that could be done from TNC. They end up losing a hero. So, yeah, big struggles. And that is going to be a problem, you know, considering, as we saw, you know, that the start of that fight for TNC, I think it went exactly how they wanted it to. You know, they get the quick kills on the easier heroes, but then now at this point, with how farmed Arteezy and Arbed is, it's sort of a question of what's next. How are you actually going to get the calls? Gabby?
Does he get caught? Oh, the stun!
Ooh! Ooh, that was close. That was very close there. It was between the DK and the Spectres. Gabby just gets out with a TP, but not quite landing in time.
What did he say?
Perfect TP there.
And what did I don't know what Abed said. They gave him a question mark though. I don't think Gabby's happy with that one.
Well, hang on. Let me get up the old translate.
Can you translate for us? Was he saying lag or something? Because I see the ka. Usually the ka.
No, well, I'm sure it's something nice. It was something nice. It was
something nice. Okay,
I'm sure it's something nice. It was something nice. Oh, and it was. I've actually got the translation because I am fluent in Filipino. It was. You were almost there. He was saying he was very close.
Maybe you're saying like I almost got you or something. Like I get it.
Yeah, it was something referencing how close that was. So
okay.
Some friendly little chat there between the two.
Fair enough.
No drama.
It was very
unfortunately, close. We love the drama, but it was a nice little bit of banter. Yeah.
Gabby's got to be. He just sent the Manta illusions out. Crit's on the hunt. He's got the dagger hiding through the trees. DK form ends as well, so they don't have that free pathing to kind of hunt for him here. They're swinging over. TNC is smoking. They've got the Lincolns finished up on Armel too, so he's safer versus these stuns. They find Clyde. Crit as well.
They can get here. Crit. He's gone. Arteezy coming in with the BKB. Ichi doing their best to split up. Instant buyback from Fly.
He's stunned.
So he can get him onto Arteezy. This time they're surrounding him. And he's not getting any help. Fingers out. Arteezy is gone. Boomy there rolling in the dollars. As he's just picked up 791 gold there for ending that godlike streak at Arteezy with the big old finger.
Huge play on Arteezy, perhaps regretting. He popped that BKB so quick inside the fight when they were going in onto the backlines, onto these squishier heroes. Gets caught out. TNC. Very nice moves around the map, and now Gabby's got a Scotty.
That's huge. I mean, this is a big window now. A long time without the Terrorblade. TNC getting some good work done here out on the map. Stepping up to be sort of the game that you'd hope to see when you get like the Spectres and the Terrorblade. Now, 18 to 18, less than 1k gold in it here. Quite a difference in how the gold is dispersed between the cores, of course. You know, whereas an EG, a lot of it, you know, he's 5k ahead of everyone else. You know, a lot of worth on this Terrorblade, where things are a little bit more evenly spread amongst the cores of TNC.
Yeah, they did get, of course, you know, Boomy. He's got the Philly. He's got the Philosopher's Stone, so he's always going to be getting a little bit more gold than the other supports on the other side. He's going to start getting pretty rich on this Lion. And Tim's, he's been having a pretty good game besides that one toss where he did kill his teammate. It's been a lot better performance from him.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, he's getting some money to play with. I mean, what's he picking up here with the gold? He's going E-Blade or what?
E-Blade, I'd imagine, yeah. It's that or he goes Lotus, I would think, versus the Terrorblade, but I don't know what else he can actually go
Lotus
for.
Could be... yeah.
I like it quite a bit.
Lows-
He's gonna.
okay,
Okay, he's actually
oh.
over force.
All right.
All right. Okay. Forcing.
Okay.
I mean, force is always good versus
I
like
mean-
this. Versus these combos. Versus like the hexes and versus
Oh, hang on,
AA.
Boomy.
Boomy. He's got A on disc. So he'll be okay.
Easy.
18 to 18.
What's the game plan now for both sides? You know, EG, are they sort of saying we want to sit back, get the Satanic done on RTZ, or how do they avoid sort of the situations of that last team fight going the way that they did again?
They just need to get the jumps themselves rather than getting jumped on, which is quite difficult. They will get the grab onto the Night Stalker here.
And they've got the damage. Box Skull.
And it's right around Roche, too.
Not sure, it's up and ready. TNC last time came in with a pretty nice steal of the Aegis. They're definitely kitted up to go for it again. Gabby's going to TP back to base, make sure he's full up on the mana. He has got the Haunt to turn up.
He's carrying a Dust as well, too. Very important. Fly has a Glimmer Cape, but that's not going to save him versus this.
Oh, EG.
Jump forward.
They're going to try and start the fight onto the high ground. Arbet jumps in onto Tims. Tims able to force out to the side as they're coming with the Haunt. Gabby, he's moving over towards Fly. Bok charging in with the BKB straight on a crit. Crit's gone. So is Fly. They get the two supports. Bok trying to get himself out of the range of Arbet and Arteezy. He's up to the high ground. Arbet will find him. Gets in, takes down the Night Stalker. See back over towards the focus of Arteezy. Arteezy getting tossed back into the Hex. Arbet still with that strong Elder Dragon form, cleaning them up though. Over towards Boomy. Boomy will get burnt down by the Breathe Fire. Dragon Tail down onto Tims. EG, they'll get themselves the stronger hold of this fight as they do not lose a single one of their cores. Arteezy, Ice, and Arbed, again, just proving to be a little too tough for them to take down.
Two supports still dead, though, on the side of EG. Gabby's starting the Roche. They're going to buy back Abed. He's scouting. Bashes again, coming into play, but Abed's losing all his mana. He's completely drained.
He's out of mana. He's not got any one charges either. He's got nothing to play. There's a DD as well in the river. Gabby, he's got DD. Turns over towards Ice. Just gets blown up, and Tim's able to deliver him straight into the face of Gabby. Ice is going to buy back, but with this DD, TNC, they're going to have a good attempt to take him down the Roche pretty quickly. Armel, he's jumping onto Arteezy over towards the side. 13 seconds until the BKB's up. Arteezy can't command on this as Gabby takes down Roche. He picks it all up. They get everything from the pit this time round, TNC. EG get nothing.
Great way of resetting the fight. They're like, oh, meta's down, DK form is down, we know we can continue this fight. And they stop the blink. I saw that from Tims. Very nice play from him. Abed was trying to sneak in to perhaps go for a stun and steal the Roche, but Tims actually covers it nicely there.
Big moves from TNC around the pit. I mean, sure, it's still less than 1k. Of course, money having to be spent there on the buybacks, but the way they bought back and set up to make sure they got everything there, absolutely worth it for TNC in terms of the long term of this game.
You know, Gabby's got the dispersion, so he can jump onto the heroes easier also. Without having to use a haunt, he can maybe jump onto these Shadow Shamans or whoever did the last instance of damage onto him. And he's doing such a good job with his micro. I see he's haunting in, he mantas immediately, he sends 2 illusions onto crit, which just kill him by themselves, and then he just kills Fly with his actual hero. Then he starts committing for the rest. Really good target priorities coming out from TNC inside of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, sort of as anticipated when these supports were shown and they end with the Spectator, you know, it's very much, it's not an easy game for Crit and Fly to get their job done.
Fly being pretty sneaky down here. Cheese on the Night Stalker too now, so he's going to be much tankier inside the fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Still very close game, but that Aegis could be the X factor here for TNC.
I think we're seeing as well, just with the dwindling BKB duration on Arteezy, these fights are definitely getting much more difficult for him. As soon as that BKB goes down, a lot of stuff being thrown around by TNC that, whereas they might not necessarily kill him, it's not very easy for Arteezy to really stand there and do the damage.
No, the Shaman's just dead instantly in the fight. That's a lot of the disable that EG needs to stick onto these.
Or Tims.
Ice. Arteezy. They see Tims for a second here. They also see Boomy.
They see the two that will Boomy. He's out with the blink, but Arteezy and Ice, they're ready, waiting for him. As Boomy will get caught, they get the Arima down onto Tims. Tims, he's gonna be able to live a little longer, but EG, I think there was some hesitance there as they were unsure if maybe TNC were going to come in with more backup, but it wasn't to be the case. TNC weren't able to turn and take part of that fight. And that now is 2 heroes down, of course, both down without buyback in over a minute. So EG, we'll see how much they can get done with this. They're hunting for him in the mid lane.
That was so close. Lincoln's saving his life. And that is a meta committed, though, by Arteezy, so they have to get something big out of it. As soon as these supports respawn on TNC, I want to see them look for the fight.
I mean, how much can EG get with this sort of 2 heroes down, do you think? Anything more than a tier 2?
Maybe just forcing some heroes back. The meta, actually, never mind, meta's ending. But they're going to try it.
I'll see how much they can do.
Siege wave.
I mean, they're going to know there's no buyback. I mean, these are the 2 heroes with some of the bigger setups. See how much they can push in.
They've got the
they've got a few seconds left on the Elder Dragonfall. They've got the push. It's going to get laid down. He's going to try and get in on the fight. Gabby's coming in with a horn. They go over towards Crit, but Crit's able to put the BKB. Fly will fall. As they've got the control as well. Crit turning with the BKB shackle onto Gabby. He's locking down the Spectre. Crit will still fall, but he had enough control to allow him to bring Gabby down the once. Gabby is going to be back for round 2 here. The coil down onto the 3 of them. Armel controlling them all as Gabby. He turns, brings down Ice. Stun from Boom. He comes out onto the 2 of them into the Hex. They've got the lockdown onto Arteezy. The Bash as well. Arteezy in trouble. He'll pop the BKB, trying to fight back. Turns with the Sunder over to Boomy. He's back up to full HP, but the Bashes are coming out. Gabby, he gets caught up by the stun from Arbed, but again, Boomy lining up a beautiful 2-man Her Spike. Locks down Arteezy, locks down Arbed. Arteezy trying to turn with the lifesteal. He's still somehow alive, but they're in with the silence. Arteezy turns towards Pork. He's able to bring down the Night Stalker, but the Avalanche comes in. Arteezy will fall. The Terrorblade's out of the game. Arbed left alone here against the 4 members of TNC as they're able to push on, and they'll slowly but surely take down the DK as well. TNC, they get the cleanup.
Great pass off from Bach, giving the cheese to Gabby mid-fight. He was going to die otherwise, able to turn it completely there. Whew, they do get the racks, but TNC does end up winning that fight pretty heavily.
For sure, objective taken. But again, we're seeing that just with the speed that some of these heroes on EG die to sort of jump from Gabby and the moves that TNC can make to the backlines, there just isn't quite enough backup left alive to allow Arteezy to stand there and stand his ground against TNC's lineup. TNC, at the moment, they are just able to always overwhelm EG in these teamfight situations.
Yeah, with the numbers, for sure. The Boomy is doing an excellent job this game on the line. During the Satanic of Arteezy, he gets this full Hex off onto him. He also gets a stun follow-up too. Excellent coordination coming out from TNC. Gabby's 25 now.
Really struggling to kill this Spectre. 8-0-12. Gabby having a fantastic time here. Really struggled, of course, to really just play his game at all in that first game of the series as the Wraith King. This time around, he's in his element. As the mid lane racks, they'll be taken down here whilst Arbed and Arteezy still sit on the sidelines. So, all in all, even with that top racks going down, TNC able to find a Rex in trade on top of getting a phenomenal team fight win. 9k ahead now. TNC is that the pressure really building up against EG.
Great team moves. Armel commits. He hasn't really been dying too much in the game. 5-2-11. As we, he's countered because of this Shadow Shaman, but there is no Shadow Shaman in the game. Crit just dies almost immediately every single time. The BKB did save him for some time versus that first life of the Aegis, but he just gets deleted every single one. Level 25 also on Armel. Starting to look really good for them. Arteezy unable to hold his ground and just dish out enough damage during that one BKB.
Of course, the 7KB will make quite the difference. Now having a means to deal with that butterfly of Gabby. Still, it is just the survivability. I mean, he's able to survive for a long time, it's just not long enough. Well, obviously, between the Satanic and the Sunder, it definitely takes a lot of effort to bring him down. But they are able to do so. Just with the amount of kite and control ability that TNC have, it's not an easy fight for Arteezy to play into as a Terrorblade.
No, stuns, hexes, bashes. We saw Gabby getting a couple of them in that last fight too. Now an E-Blade also on Tim's. Just all these different things that are going to prevent Arteezy from attacking. He's got the Satanic at least to dispel versus that E-Blade if it gets put onto him aggressively, but they've done a great job of controlling him. Smoking up.
Here we go. TNC.
They cleared the area too, so they know there's no vision on top of the smoke. Trying to claim a high ground. Got the Haunt at the ready. They've got everything. Ice, ice, ice. Right into them.
They get in. They're with the Avalanche. RTZ able to get the BKB off in time. Bok trying to look towards Ice. The finger comes out. That's Ice gone. As Bok, he's heading straight to the backlines. Moving over towards Fly. Crit turns with the BKB, but they're able to kill him off. Crit's gone. 2 down. Tims turns with another toss over on towards Arbed. They're trying to chase down Gabby, but Gabby, he's able to get away from the big course, take down Fly. Tims will fall, but now it's only the 2 left alive. Arbed and RTZ, can they really withstand this brawl that TNC is bringing them? I don't think they can. A Sunder from RTZ comes out. He's looking to help out Arbed. It's actually enough. It keeps Arbed alive. Arbed's able to turn. Boomy goes down. EG, they're turning it around here with the Sunder from Artor. The Sunder from Artor keeps EG's hopes alive here in the second game, as it's a triple kill for RTZ, as RTZ literally giving his health there to Arbed to allow Arbed to turn, fight back. EG, they finally are able to find that punch back in a team fight, and they do it with just the 2 of them.
Ah, what a sick play from RTZ. He's not getting focused at all. They're throwing everything onto this DK. He still has Satanic. He's like, okay, wait a minute, I can Sunder here, Satanic and lifesteal up. Beautiful execution. After they lose 3 heroes right at the start, these 2 continue to impress. The 2v4, 2v5 scenarios over and over again.
It's not an easy game for them.
No.
But we're sitting literally, most of these is RTZ and Arbed against the world.
Really
Ice, Fly, Crit, they're pretty much dead every single team fight. These 2, they've got to play it perfectly together, and we certainly saw a glimpse of that there in that last fight. They need to keep that up. It has to be the best here against TNC, because TNC, they're playing phenomenally. They're getting that advantage. But RTZ and Arbed, maybe these 2, even if they are the only 2 that are able to live longer than a few seconds in the team fight, maybe they can do it.
Just maybe. And Crit, he didn't die immediately. That's the important thing too. Him and Fly got their spells off for once in the fight. Most of these fights, they get deleted. They don't get a single thing off. They got the Ice Blast. They got the Cold Feet. They got the Hex. They controlled Gabby for some time.
This is going to be quite a big one as well.
It is.
Having the Aghanims on RTZ, this Terror Wave, it's going to be a right nuisance for TNC to fight into.
It can be really nice to protect his supports. Just getting rid of these Haunt Illusions from killing the supports instantly, that could be really effective. Also, just frequency of having meta is going to be really nice. Didn't really point out either. They have Spell Prison him on Abed, so they have all these crazy stunts. He also has the AoE Dragon Tail during his Elder form now too. So all these illusions that have been kind of overwhelming EG might start to get solved because of all this. Also, Timeless Relic on Crit. So if he does survive in the fight, his duration of his disables are going to be substantial.
And I think as well, after that last fight, for the definite takeaway for TNC will be that when it is down to the 2 of them, there's no value trying to commit on Arbed, right? When RTZ is there with that sort of Sunder backup, you have to go for the Terrorblade out of the 2 of them.
It is tough to make that decision, though, because the Breathe Fire is very effective through all stages of the game. He does have the talent now also, so he does have 55% damage reduction. If he does survive, he continues to blow those out. It's going to keep RTZ a lot more survivable. Onto high ground. Serpent Ward's being cleaned up. Tim's back.
He's in with a deep toss back here. Gets the catch on Arbed into the Hex. Arbed is going to get burst low. RTZ again. Is he able to keep him alive enough? Is Arbed still living? He does it once more. Arbed will not die here thanks to the backup of Artor.
The bro plays.
They won't lose anyone here, EG. They get the objective. Melee rack's done. No lives to be lost as EG. They'll head back now, look to reset.
God, it looked like he died for a second. I got a lag spike. I was like, wait, did he die or was it
so
Sunder?
close.
He did get the
It was
Sunder.
close.
It was really nicely coordinated by TNC, but again, not getting the disable onto RTZ. Now they at least know, right? This is where you start to recognize things. You make these mistakes, you start to recognize, wait, now we're going to need some type of silence or hex. If we go for tossback plays, we have to address the Terrorblade, the Sunder plays that are coming in. Meta's still down. There is a Terror Wave they have to worry about, but they're looking to catch something.
Let's see what TNC can do with this timing. Looking to hit EG when they might not be prepared for it. Tims, he's in with a jump combo. Straight away they'll look towards the back lines. RTZ turns over towards Bok. They've got the Hex control. Bok's getting locked down here by Crit. Bok's gone. The Night Stalker will be lost. EG, they're prepared for the jump and they turn it around. Night Stalker gone.
Armel jumped in. Do they see him? They got a glimpse of him for a second. He's okay.
It's a hard catch unless a blind spear will do it, but no, not going to be the case. Armel into the trees and away.
Tried to catch something there, but all of EG was prepared. Now a full refresher on our TZ2. 2 minutes still left on Aegis. They also held the cheese. That was the other thing. Abed still has that one. Since they did use the Sunder play to save him, he didn't have to actually pop it.
Let's see if they can protect this final set of racks at TNC. EG ready to come in hot on the bottom lane.
Full AC coming out on the courier. Abed, they'll spend quite a bit of his gold to tossback play. It's on Arteezy.
Another toss back, but the BKB's out straight away. Arteezy trying to step back over towards Tims. Arteezy looks towards now Gabby popping the ult here. He's pushing in. Gabby's been hexed. They've got the space for the tower to go down. Armel's trying to jump in to push them back. Tims has brought back. The coil down onto the two of the back lines. Coming in with the horn. They're moving out of Fly. Fly's able to live it with the Ghost Scepter. Jump in from Tims. Jetting up with the combo onto Arteezy. Arteezy is able to turn. The holds his ground. Tims is going to fall slowly but surely. He's up to the high ground, but the damage is done. Tims will go down. He's out for 110. So's Boomy. Bok will manage to commit onto crit, but Arteezy and Abed, they're full HP. They cannot tackle these two. It's an ultra kill for Arteezy as EG, they'll clean up the team fight yet again. As Armel, there looks to be another catch here. Has he got any fancy footwork that he can pull off? It doesn't look like it, and in fact there it is. A deserved rampage there for Arteezy after he's had a fantastic few fights here. The saving of his teammates, and it pays off there on the scoreboard. Rampage for the Terrorblade, 22-10 as EG, they're ready to close this one up. There's buybacks available on Armel and Gabby. What can they do? They need something big. Arteezy still with the Aegis.
Last rack's taken out. They're going to back up. They're going to play it safe after they force the buybacks. Dude, this AoE Dragon Tail talent is absurd. Like, it doesn't matter. You don't have to hit the Real Spectre. There's so many illusions around, but he just clicks stun and it catches the Real Spectre every time. This talent's crazy.
Yeah, and they're onto the Ancient. Arteezy ready to look to try and close this up. In fact, he wants to pick up some more kills on the way out. Turns towards Gabby. The arena's down. They've caught the Spectre. Gabby's out. GG is called as EG will secure this second game. Both the wins going their way here against TNC, despite TNC really being able to step it up here in this game too. But honestly, I reckon if anything, EG was probably rather pleased with that, getting more of a challenge here in this second game, but still a challenge they were able to overcome at the end of it all here, EG.
Whew. Ice had a bit of a rough game for sure, but damn, Arteezy with some super clutch Sunders, and wow, I mean, that talent on DK is seeming really strong in late game. Like, he doesn't have to target anyone. He gets like 2 or 3 multi-hero stuns inside the fights, never has to worry about illusions either. That was really well executed from both sides. TNC overall does seem like they got a bit overwhelmed toward the end of it from those big plays from Arteezy, but still really solid games, solid performance from both sides.
Absolutely, definitely good to see that sort of stronger sense of life from TNC in that second game. As you know, game one, of course, did look rather underwhelming from them, but overall, yeah, Arteezy, you know, this is master tier Terrorblade, as you said, coming in on one of his strongest carries, and it shows. 22-2-10 at the end of it all. Those multiple fights where him and Abed just holding the fort here for EG, it worked phenomenally. As the series, it's theirs. Both games going to EG as they take this one 2-0 against TNC.
Thank you very much, Odie Pillow and Fogged. And yeah, that was a way better showing from TNC than game one. So I think in that regard, they can be happy. Obviously, though, it's EG to take the game and therefore take it 2-0 here in their opening series at the AniMajor in the group stages, which is very, very important for them because so far they're the only team that got it to 2-0. And we've seen in the wildcards, 2-0s are sometimes hard to get. And EG, they were on the back foot. They make a comeback as well. Anyway, this was a great showing from them. A bit more pressured, right?
A good showing by both teams. I think TNC actually outplayed EG for the majority of this game. I think we were talking earlier about how they had to do some good rotations in the early games to put pressure on EG in the post lane. And I think they executed pretty well in that.
It was really refreshing to watch. The way they brought Tiny Line into bot lane, it was amazing stuff. And this honestly should be a game TNC should have won. This easily is a 1-1. But you have to give a lot of respect to Arteezy in the kind of the final 2-3 fights. Yeah. The fact that he was kind of defensively sundering, put himself into a dangerous position, keeping the DK alive, keeping Abed back in the game. When they were down like 2 heroes, sunders the DK, then uses Satana to get himself back into the fight. That was like 2 fights in a row. If he doesn't do that specific play, TNC crushed the fight. We called completely different narrative. GG, well done, TNC won. But those 2 small plays recover what was a shaky EG game in the mid game.
A couple of small plays is all it takes, though, and we talked about that. That's what makes the difference, right? We ended the draft saying, Terrorblade was a good pick, but you're going up against Spectre. I think the Spectre was, we didn't really expect the Spectre. We were expecting a fighting core. How did we feel like the Spectre played out for TNC? Because I feel like the puck was the name of the game for them. Like, Armel played out of his mind.
I think Spectre looked pretty good this game, but I think a lot of it is because I think Arteezy's Terrorblade, he played really well, but I didn't like his itemization. I think if you look at the draft, I think Terrorblade easily could have built more for a 1v5. Instead of going for a Diffusal Blade, he could have got an earlier Satanic Butterfly this game. And then Spectre would have sort of shown her weakness against TB. Spectre suffers against Terrorblade because Terrorblade outfarms her and hits an item timing. However, if you go like sort of non-scaling items like Diffusal Blade, then Spectre can actually contest you in the fights.
Yeah, but that's why TNC was able to punish them as well, because not only was Terrorblade, the Diffusal Blade was a bit questionable, it's the fact that you have this Night Stalker playing so confident, you have the quick blink into Aeon Disc on Lion. They're somewhat squishy in their lineup, but if they get into these aggressive positions first, they can start dismantling the side of EG. And like every single fight, it was pretty much Fly dying instantly. That EG wasn't able to really muster a clean fight 30 minutes plus. That's because of TNC's like expert execution. But and then you see in this fight here, this is the big fight where like the Sunder comes in,
turn around.
Yeah, I think
it can happen.
Yeah. So like right now, that should be their DK. But because of this Sunder, then you have the Satanic on top. Complete turnaround. Like legit, if he doesn't make this play, TNC win.
They completely changed the game.
Yeah, we should be praising TNC. Like TNC played this game beautifully, honestly. Like the way they entered the game, the way they took the fights, they kind of gave EG just enough room, but not enough. Like this was just a clutch comeback from EG.
I do want to talk about this moment in the game because we talked backstage a little bit about the questionable lack of buyback from the Night Stalker at this point of the game after they skewer Artesian, or skewer toss Artesian.
I think maybe the only reasoning we can give the Night Stalker is because it's like a sub 15-second respawn time.
Yeah.
You can kind of ask, can we maybe bait the fight out, prolong it, then I can respawn go? But they weren't on the same page.
Yeah, their communication broke down then
exactly
because you have to buy back. Like it doesn't matter if you have buyback now. Like you're going to try to 1v5 EG's team twice. It won't work. It's hard to buy back with that little time, but someone needs to make the snap decision. Like we need to take this fight now. This will change the game.
And the main thing here is when you're against a lineup like Terrorblade with a Shaman and a DK, that inability to buy back efficiently, you're going to naturally lose the racks in your decision-making time. Like you need to instantly know before the fight even starts. You need to know: are we buybacking? Are we taking the fight? Are we kiting the fight? And in that single engagement, TNC had some question marks, and because of that, they weren't able to maybe mount another comeback to get themselves into the game.
Yeah, it was the little things done right by EG that got them back into the game, and it was
1k hero damage.
Yeah,
terrible. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, and it was the little things maybe done wrong on the side of TNC that lost them the game in the end. Before the
fight, just one
fight, one fight's all it takes.
No, they were clawing their way into this game. Like I think EG had the stronger lane, sort of as expected. But we saw that like early middle fight where they brought both supports and got triple kill on EG's 3 heroes. Like that was really good. Look at Rich. He's so silly.
He is silly. But yeah, no, this was a great game from TNC. Obviously not winning, but still, it was night and day difference from game 1, and I think that's so important.
I think if they continue on that trajectory, we're really going to see the TNC that we expected at the tournament, because they improved really fast between game 1 and 2 in terms of their movements. Maybe a bit of nerves. Like I think this might be their first big land under the new roster.
Definitely with their new roster.
Yeah.
With Bok and Boomy being very fresh from added in like March or something.
Honestly, if they played the same way in game 2 as game 1, we might have seen a completely different series because the rate of improvement was just so fast.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to that. And we know that there's always a lot of teams that just need that one game warm-up. EG, for the longest time ever, and still sometimes, just need that one game.
This inventory just crits the inventory there. Tranks, BKB, Octarine.
That's the Chad build.
Yeah, that's very
the support that gets the BKB is so good.
I love the fact that Aethelin just goes to Octarine now. So you buy Aethelin,
it's nice.
Like, oopsie, bought Octarine now, my bad.
Yeah, sorry guys, there's 1 second.
Yeah. I was walking by, accidentally bought it.
And Fly, he actually had a really rough one this game. I was actually joking in the talent room backside, like maybe it would be better if he started like you start the fights in the fountain, you wait for Haunt, and then you TP into the fight, because he couldn't do anything.
Your blast is the biggest when you're further away. You know, you get all kinds of positives. You don't die at the start of the fight.
And I've actually had that scenario in games. Like there's a game I remember with Pilot Die. I told him like you need to sit in the fountain of silencer, because if you cancel this battle, we can't lose. he refused and he came with us and we lost the game because we were C9. But like that theory is actually not bad.
Or just buy a Dagon. You know, I'm going to say it here as well.
Okay.
I said that in the green room too. Just buy the Dagon, kill the illusion instantly, and get to play some.
You should just buy a heart and
buy a heart, yeah. Or buy a heart, BKB, and
should buy all of
stuff.
those.
A Hex as well is probably better than a Dagon. Yeah.
Get gold as position 5. I mean, he did have a position 4 that had BKB and Octarine. He's playing position 5. He's not going to get that much gold.
Play
Come
like
on.
Poppy, get farm. Ugh.
No, it was. I mean, it was a crazy game too. I'm very happy that we had this game too because game 1 definitely looked like a bit of a snooze. But this was exciting. This is good stuff. We can take a look at the standings, see where that leaves the teams. Because with EG taking this 2-0, they're now the only team that has a 2-0, and that means that they're on top of the group because the other series on the other stream, spoiler alert, tied. And I mean, it's only 2 series in. We're going to be here for a while.
NA number 1.
NA's
number 1.
NA's number 1.
That's right.
And we beat the viewer record apparently as well.
Ooh.
With just 1 series. There you go. That's
that game was all,
the power of NA, I guess,
really
right, guys?
You don't know on which
European.
stream, T. Liquid and South America, EU and South America playing as well on the other stream. I would imagine it's a collab of numbers. The culmination. And we all know that the SA fans come in numbers. They're loud, good.
America's number 1.
I would agree with that one. Can you get behind that one?
Yeah, if it means Americas are better than Europe. Sorry, just kidding. It's all like Europe has just dominated NA for so long, like NA and SA, like anything we can get.
I thought you said, I honestly was listening to that, and the way that you've been phrasing in North America, I thought you said America had been dominating Europe for so long. I was like,
we haven't. We have like 1 tournament, and like that's it. So we need something.
I do want to ask. I asked behind after game 1. You said EG wasn't really pressured. They didn't have to show anything. You feel like they're on the same level as they were in the DPC season?
I mean, Arteezy played well that game, but I honestly expected something a bit more cohesive out of them this game. It felt like a lot more individual than I expected. I think EG, they are a team that has an individual strength, but what's really made them into like, they got second at the last 2 majors or whatever. Like, it's when they combine their power, like a team has to be bigger than the sum of its parts. That's the idea, right?
I thought you were going to make great anime reference there. They got to combine their powers, no. I don't know if you can do it with 5.
Yay.
Is that what we're supposed to do?
What's this reference from?
It's from an anime where you combine your powers with...
Which one?
I don't know.
Gotta. It's all a lie.
I just know that. It's fine. But they haven't... I mean, this was their first series, so the potential's, of course, still there. And we know, that they are a very critical team. They will go back, and even though they won, they will not be happy.
Yeah,
because
I
they
actually
didn't
think
win very
EG are mad that the game went like that. Like it's below their standards of what they think they should be.
Yeah, this was like the RTZ show, right? This wasn't like a team effort where they've all like ISIS had a good game, they enabled each other. It was pretty much like RTZ put all the lads on his back. Some stuns came out from the lads, but it's like RTZ basically won them this game.
Yeah.
And that alone, like having 900 plus GPM, being 22-2, like that's not what wins you a mate. Like you need everyone.
You want
equally
that,
doing it.
but it's not consistent, right?
Exactly.
Like,
yeah, you can't rely on that. That's the key thing. Yeah. So they will be kicking themselves a little bit. But again, if they can replicate his performance and then everyone else steps up a little bit more, then they're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm stalling here a little bit in case you haven't noticed, because we obviously have a next series coming soon. But we also have been told that perhaps we can get a live connection to the hotel with Slacks and one of the EG players. So I'm willing to wait that out, see if that's going to happen, because if it does happen, that would be cool. Of course, if you stay here, later on, we will have more games, and our next game is actually going to be PSG LGD versus Beast Coast. Which game's on the other stream? You're doing that one.
Spirit EG.
Spirit EG. You're going to follow your NA lads?
I am. Well, I think Spirit are actually pretty good. They, I was watching the CIS qualifiers and...
No. 1 to 2 minutes.
1 to 2 minutes. Okay, anyways, I'll talk then.
Yeah.
About EG, please tell us more.
No,
Spirit,
I'm going to talk about Spirit, yeah. They were playing VP, who I think is a phenomenal team. I think they underperformed at the last major for sure. Playing with those players in pubs is actually an experience, like a good experience. You learn a lot. They were up 10k at 20 minutes versus VP in game 3, and they should have won that one. Yeah. So this team is nothing to scoff at.
No, that's true.
I just got told we don't have an interview. So
I would have
it
talked
got
Slacks.
canned.
Yeah.
Can we just
Slacks.
Slack?
Why did he got
Can we just have Slacks in?
When a player doesn't want to do an interview or the team is not able to in time, can Slacks just like do it himself and play both
Well,
parties?
we don't know why we don't have an interview. Maybe Slacks is lost in the toilet. I don't know.
Yeah, but
That's
still,
actually reasonable. I can believe that.
But we
Yeah,
should
he's
just
been
keep the
talking
camera
about his
rolling.
bowel movements a lot.
The camera should always be rolling. No matter what happens, Slack should be there.
Everybody actually has been talking about their bowel movements a lot. I don't know why.
It's a pandemic.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick break, guys. And when we're back, it is more Dota 2 for the AniMajor. PSG LGD taking on Beast Coast. Stay tuned.
Change of rain.
Every event is a part of esports history, full of memorable moments every fan wants to be a part of. Get your own unique piece of esports with WePlay collectibles. Here is the first collection, Storyline. Logo token, trophy token, story token. Be sure to check all the details on our website and stay tuned for cool NFTs from WePlay Esports.
Buy the official merchandise for WePlay AniMajor 2021 now on fragstore.com. Hoodies, t-shirts, mouse pads, headrest pillows, and other souvenirs were released in the limited edition for the tournament. Hurry up and buy them on fragstore.com via the link in the description or chatbot.
Ohio, Dota viewers. This is AniMajor. On the grandest stage of them all, we have the best teams from each region competing for fun, glory, and a solid batch of DPC points. But what is DPC? Dota Pro Circuit is a series of leagues and tournaments that can simply be called the road to the international. First of all, we got 6 regional DPC leagues. Each league is divided into 2 divisions. Teams from the lower division are trying to climb their way to the upper division, while teams from the upper division are going through weeks of matches to advance to the major. 3rd and 4th places from the following regional leagues, China, Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, will compete in round robin best of 2 for the last 2 slots in the major group stage. That's what we call a wild card. Top 2 teams from each region go to the group stage where they're going to brawl in round robin best of 2 format to advance to the playoffs. Top 1 team from each region comes directly to the playoffs of the major. They will have to fight in a double elimination bracket in a best of 3 format to get to the grand finals. The stage will be set for the best 2 teams to clash and their skills to be tested in a BO5 series. At the very end of the circuit, top 12 teams ranked by the DPC points will be directly invited to the international.
Welcome back to the AniMajor. We are here with our 2nd series of the day. We roaring and ready to go already. So, but first, gotta introduce to you Vici here. Good afternoon, actually. The hair, both of you.
Thank you.
Hair as well. So this is like, what feels so colorful. Hard-hitting question right now. We got group stages, 8 teams, 2 teams, 1 team from each region. The second, which 2 teams are not gonna make it? Kyle,
not gonna make it.
not gonna make it.
First answer. I actually think it might be.
How about you, Effie?
In spirit.
Same teams that that AY and TGov said as well this morning. Yeah.
No.
I hope they prove us strong, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what they said as well, because they could play very well. We obviously saw Neon do a deep run last time around with some amazing Dota 2 played. Curious how it's going to look today. How about teams making it through to the upper bracket to get 2 teams? So, Effie, you want to go first on this one?
Do I say 1 or both?
1 team.
Evil Geniuses.
That was my team. Okay, so my heart says Liquid, but I have a bad track record of predicting. Like, I got too many boys on that team. I'm a believer in Sumel. I actually think it's going to be a toss-up between one of the teams out of the wild card, either Vici or Nigma, simply because they have so much to play for. And I don't know if you guys have realized this. Oh, God.
That's your hair.
I tried to go Super Saiyan. I didn't quite make it the whole way. That's pretty much the story of my career. But I think Nigma have way too much going for them. They're straight up the protagonists of the AniMajor.
Absolutely. From the very beginning, they had the best anime story.
Yeah, they have a great story. I hope they go deep as well because I'm a bit biased towards Europe. But there's, again, the same thing that happened this morning. First major, we had out of the wild cards, PSG LGD, Vici Game, because an extra team made it through. PSG LGD and Vici Gaming both also were in the top stages, and then PSG LGD, the teams.
I'm absolutely not underrating them. They were my other pick.
Okay, they were the other pick. And would it be indeed PSG LGD or Vici?
LGD. PSG LGD.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I've already warned Effie. If you only say LGD, you start getting emails.
I don't want the emails.
They're very upset. You gotta.
But hey, it works every time now. Someone
PSG
says
LGD.
it has to be PSG LGD. I mean, it's mad. It works. We're gonna look at them draft as well because we're already there. We got a Dream Protector opening coming out for PSG LGD, and they are on the dire side. Beast Coast, who already played their first team, Liquid. This will be their second series of the day. PSG LGD hasn't played yet, so curious to see what they come up with. But yeah, draft has begun. In terms of bans, we have Brood in the pool, but I don't know if either of these teams really have Brood players. Other than that, any kind of surprise in terms of the bans? It's Snapfire Enchantress on Beast Ghost and Nyx Assassin Leshrac banned by PSG LGD.
No, these are really good bans. LGD has had a lot of success with their 5 Enchantress, so I can see why Beast Coast would ban that out. And I want to give props to PSG LGD for actually banning the Leshrac.
Yeah.
It's by far Whisper's best hero, and he destroyed both games. It seemed like Liquid didn't do their homework a little.
A little bit.
I was surprised they let him have it because they first phase it almost every game.
Yeah, especially since they were playing on the Sumail TA.
Yeah.
Giving Whisper a free Lesh just seems awkward, and to Effie's point, it's just his best hero. Like, that's what he likes to play. And Liquid should know that because they also love the Lesh. But I did a little pre-game powwow with Evo Plus, and his big point yet, but he says that his team, they want to embody this idea of Dota a la Rocco, okay? Aggression, team fight, they want to take the battle to the enemy team. So the opening tree makes a lot of sense in that context because it's global defense. Like armor, healing, regen, you keep your towers alive. It's very effective against a team that's trying to play with tempo.
Absolutely, and Treant is a very beloved hero in China. They pick it whenever they can.
What do we feel about the opening on the side of Beast Coast then with the clock and the Mars?
Definitely a la Rocco. I'm not sold. It's a lot of stuns, not really much scaling potential, although it could always be a mid. We saw Chris Luck just, the man plays some awkward mid heroes. Could even be a carry.
He plays a lot of unorthodox mids. He's definitely played Mars. It could be an off lane or a mid. I would like to see it mid just because I don't feel like the clock Mars synergy is there, but I do like their opening. It's, like you said, Alarocco? That thing. The Magnus pick out of LGD is pretty expected. I think they're going to try to pair it with Void. Oh, Void's banned already. But this is a hero they've also played a lot. They've played it mid, they've played it off lane, they've played it even.
And from a lot of what the guys who did the SCA China region during the DPC leagues did, this team ride or dies with how Ame is performing.
Yeah.
And Magnus makes a lot of sense in that context because ultimately, whatever Ame plays, Void would have been nice, so of course Beast Coast take it out right away. It's going to give you the ability to go late game. And these are also 2 BKB piercing disables, which almost always guarantees that your carry should have a better matchup at almost all phases of the game.
I like the Batrider and Monkey King bans versus Train Protector. Also, Beast Coast do like their Batrider. So it's really nice to see like the respect coming out of LGD for Beast Coast. PSG LGD. I'm so sorry, don't send me an email. Please.
It's okay, just don't check your emails. That's how the pros do it.
I think previous major teams take a closer look at the South American teams. Definitely. Because Thunder Predator last time around, I mean, they knocked it out of the park. And unfortunately, Beast Coast was one of the teams that couldn't make it due to COVID circumstances, but they were considered the better team. So they're here to prove that they are indeed the better team. They already got 800 DPC points, by the way. So does PSG LGD. So the chances that they're going to make it to TI are really high. But both of these teams, and especially Beast Coast, I mean, I'm expecting the world from them because I kind of feel like Thunder Predator set them up to have to be better than that, right? Which is going to be a tough ask still, but I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing them play. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
I'm also really curious to see how PSG LGD responds to the aggression of South American Dota.
It used to be, you know, because historically, you know, long before there was a PSG, LGD was a dominant force in Dota 2. China,
long before the PSG.
Yeah, as a region, they've been dominant for a decade. So all of a sudden, I think this group stage to me, like, I'm just thrilled to be watching Dota of this caliber. It used to be, you know, my playing days, unfortunately, I was often one of those teams, but they were punching bags. You know, they'd show up, they'd be seeded 12 through 16, they were going to lose, Secret and EG were going to advance, that would be that, but I really don't think there's any gimmies in this group stage anymore.
No, I think so as well, and the wild cards, we already got a taste of that, right? Yeah. Because we thought at least Gambit, a team that's playing with 2 stand-ins, would be a little bit of a punch back. No. They still were able to take it with every single series that they had. They were able to make it a close one and took games off of their opponents as well. And I'm expecting the same coming out from this group stage. We got a Winter Wyvern coming out for Beast Coast and a Grimstroke for PSG LGD.
The Winter Wyvern is a very good counter-initiate versus Magnus. We already saw it come out with great success when Nigma played it yesterday. So this is a pretty standard pick, but it works here.
10 seconds remaining.
It's also something that can offensively disable someone through a BKB, which I think you kind of need when you already see 2 methods of dealing with it on the enemy lineup. The Grimstroke Tree is a cool combo, but I think more importantly, whatever they pick for Ame, I guess it could be Grimstroke Mag in the off lane? Oh, we'll see. I still... No, it won't be Mag support. They've committed to a Mag off lane, I believe, for Faith Beyond.
Yeah, I think so far, in at least from what we saw from Vici Gaming, most of their Grimstrokes have been position 5s, right? So, but that would make the Treant position 4. I'm not sure about that. Would you rather have Treant as a 5?
I think it's a Treant 5. I think they want to put some farm on the Grimstroke. When you look at this Grimstroke, you kind of think to yourself, okay, where's the combo with Soulbind? But that's not really what he's there for. For me, I just see the hard dispel coming out of Inkswell. They're going to put a lot of their cards into their carry. And also the wave clear from Grimstroke, just to draw out the game as much as possible when you have the Treant Protector to buy as much time as you can for Ame. And Treant Protector is not the best wave clear hero. Like, sure, you can go Meteor Hammer and stuff, but that's not what people want to do. So Grimstroke addresses that problem, and it's just a really good hero, I think.
It's a good point. You also don't see any Dispel. You already have the support duo picked up by Beast Coast, so you know the Tree Armor, the Inkswell, the Empower. You're not able to deal with this anymore. And I will say, though, the combination of the double bird, Articuno and Moltres, pretty solid. This was something OG used, I think, way back at TI8, where you get the egg off, you have to collapse to try to kill it. And if there's then all of a sudden a Wyvern ultimate, it's guaranteed to burst. But there's the Ame AniMajor with the mag. That is that's PSG LGD in a nutshell right there.
So when I see an anti-mage, I think maybe the Grimstroke could actually be a 5, but it might still be a 4. It probably still is. There aren't really any good Mana Void targets here, with the exception of Winter Wyvern, but Anti-Mage is a hero that loves to play against Mars, loves to play against Tidehunter, like these strength heroes with low mana pools. Laning against Anti-Mage feels pretty bad, I think, when you're a Mars.
You get an Orb of Corruption, perhaps, early treads. You just body people out of lane. And in addition, Beast Coast right now, severely lacking in what I consider the most critical component.
Disables.
Stuns,
no
silences,
stuns for
anything.
No.
Like, so me, Evie's only been here for 3 days. She already has heard me say this 17 times.
I think everybody has, Kyle.
Yes.
No, absolutely. When you look at drafts like these, you're like, do they have the instant disables? Do they have the silences? And if the answer is no, you have to be scared of picks like Puck, picks like Storm.
So how do you want the roles to be divided on the side of Beast Coast? Sorry for interrupting. How do you want the roles to be divided on the side of Beast Coast? What do you want to see?
I think it's going to be a mid-Mars.
Yeah.
Mid-Mars?
And it could be an offlane Winter Wyvern.
Okay.
Really? I like that more. I don't know. So in the laning phase, I'm a pretty big fan of Phoenix against AM if you play it right. But the trouble is, early on, if you take a couple of hits with no spirits up, you don't really lane. It's very easy to force the dive. Clockwork does absolutely nothing to AM. But Mars mid can work here, I think, if you try to play it like almost as if it's a TA, like early blink, maybe an early deso, and you go for this full pickoff style of play.
Speaking of, by the way, one of the few games the TA is still in the pool. Ignored. And all the spirits still in as well.
Wait, really? They're still here even now for Beast Coast?
All the spirits. It is actually offlaners that Beast Coast is banning out. They ban out the Legion Commander, they ban out the Darkseer.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I forgot that Nothing to Say. I believe it was one of the players that popularized the mid-mag, the Echo Saber build. You farm incredibly fast with Self-Empower. Pretty much guarantees you're going to be able to stall out the game and outscale.
I do think it's a mid-Mars, by the way, because who else would go?
Yeah, exactly.
And like I said earlier, you don't really want to play against anti-mage.
Yeah.
As Mars, it just doesn't feel great.
And there's the offlane for Faith Beyond.
I like the Sand King also. When you look at the Sand King, you think to yourself, okay, we have a hero that's fast, can follow up after the Magnus, can even start. Also, a nice aspect to a hero like Sand King is the early tower defense. He does like to TP to lanes and towers that are being pushed early, and he defends very easily with Sandstorm, with Caustic Finale. Like, when you look at PSG LGD's draft, you think to yourself, they have to stall, they're putting all their cards on the anti-mage, and I do think that they have the heroes that would enable him to carry the game for them.
Yeah, I totally agree. You're going to likely get an early Solar Crest on somebody. I think whenever I see two supports that both have some sort of buff or shield or amplification, in this case, the Magnus as well, like Ame turns into a hyper carry. Like, he's really taken the theme of the major seriously. As he, I can't remember the tournament, Sheaves, was it DAC, Game 5 of a grand final, and Ame does his burning impression and picks AM for himself? It was a while back.
Which DAC?
I don't remember. It's been a while. Yesterday was a long night.
I mean, yeah, I have trouble remembering yesterday. Juggernaut.
There's a lot of wombo potential coming out of Beast Coast's draft. The Juggernaut feels kind of out of place for me. It looks like they did pick him for lane and just have a hero that can play fast compared to other ones, but he's playing without very many disables. He's going to have to rely on Arena to get most of his kills, and playing Juggernaut without any stuns on your team doesn't feel very good.
No.
You kind of find yourself like running around, right-clicking people, pressing Omni Slash, hoping it'll stay on the target that you want it to.
Yep. It's you can kind of scale with an AM, but my concern is he's got no help. Like, there's no sort of amplification for a Jug. You consider AniMage is almost always going to have Ancient stacks available once you're strong enough to farm them out with Empower. They need kills, team fights constantly, and I just don't see any stuns.
Oh, it's an offlane Phoenix. That's really cool.
It is an offlane
That's
Phoenix.
That's really cool. I haven't seen an offlane Phoenix in a while.
For a while.
This is going to be fun to watch.
But if you guys are saying like the only way for Beast Coast to do this is to run at them, isn't that what they do?
No, they need to win their lanes very hard, and then they can proceed to run at them. But they're still playing without disables. It doesn't feel good. And if they don't win their lanes, I think the game is going to be incredibly difficult for them.
Yeah, because PSGLG, they just won't leave their side of the map. They'll just farm faster. I'm really looking at the way the Phoenix and the Clock play the lane together. In theory, especially if it's the tree down there, like, that's a really, you have no base attack speed whatsoever on tree. So theoretically, you spirit both melee cores. You could trade effectively, maybe push Ame out, but it's like the guy said backstage, you know, they're going to live or die with Ame's performance. And he ends this game with 1 or 2 deaths. I think they're going to win.
All right, so all the pressure on Beast Coast for this first game?
I favor PSG, LGD, for sure.
And you follow suit, Kyle?
I'm trying here.
Definitely.
All right, so I mean, I am hearing they can do that. This region can do that. It has been done before. I'm ready to be surprised. that Bisco is just going to run at PSG LGD, and it's going to be one big brawl of a game. Let's.
Yes, thank you, Sheev. PSG LGD versus Beast Coast. We've got an anti-mage versus a Jug, and this is not just an anti-mage. He's got 4 different types of buffs on him: Living Armor, Empower, Grimstroke, Inksquell, and the game if Beast Coast can't set the tempo. Owen, how are you feeling? What do you think?
You've got to be a little scared of what Beast Coast is going to bring. I mean, Beast Coast, they are going to bring the action. They're going to bring the heat. Yeah, can Arme carry this on his anti-mage game? See if it can work out. Obviously, PSG LGD feel that this is one to make it work. No, I think we could see some fast-paced stuff here from Beast Coast. And I don't know if PSG LGD is going to be able to deal with it.
I think they have to play super fast. This limited disable, I think, can be a big concern. They can play around it. I think that's why they picked the Sand King too. Not only because you see Wyvern and you just want this extra stun, plus it works well with that Grimstroke combos with his ultimate as well for getting double stuns. But he can actually get out of most of these things. You know, Cogs can be a bit annoying. You can stun out of it. Mars ult, bit annoying. You can stun out of it. They have a lot of different ways to actually avoid these team fights where I'm really liking LGD's chances. I don't like anti-mage. I do have to preface with that. But I think this is a game where it can definitely get out of control. A couple mistakes from Beast Coast, and they are going to be in a lot of trouble. I think it has to be a very clean game, very fast-paced.
I mean, and how's sort of the start of the game for Arme? Looking at the lane setups, is this a happy place for the anti-mage to be, or can they put pressure on here?
I think it's a pretty happy place. He's got Tree and Protector. Innocence on the tree. We've seen China run this so many times here just to guarantee the safe lane, so I think it looks pretty good. They're going to do the Cogs right away with Schofield to pull the lane back into a better position for Whisper, and let's see what they can do. Let's see if they can actually slow down the AM farm, because it doesn't really feel like they can with Innocence just backing up him with heals too. If he gets Leech Seed at level 2, going to be very effective to keep him topped off. It does not feel easy for the side of East Coast. They do have Innocence trapped inside the Cogs, but he'll be able to be broken out quickly.
Some of these other lanes, the mid matchup, Chris Luck against Nothing to Say is Magnus. I mean, we're going to see both heroes really looking for some of this action, and Chris Luck, he's going to win out now and get a good few tower hits in onto Nothing to Say. I mean, obviously, yeah, both of them, you know, Nothing to Say is going to be looking for the skewer under tower, and Chris Luck's going to be looking for the spear under tower. So quite a fun little matchup here between these two mids.
Yeah, both very farm heavy, but both have some high potential for these outplays. I have not gotten to see a Core Phoenix in I don't even know how long is the other thing I do want to mention. Whisper is one of those players that likes these unorthodox offlaners. We saw the Lash from earlier. He used to play Tinker. Of course, that's kind of not existent, even in the offlane or in the mid. But yeah, I'm curious to see what he's going to be able to do on this one too.
I like it this game because it's a game where you don't look at PSG LGD's lineup and think, oh, immediately they're going to kill the Supernova very easily, right? It is a game where Whisper will be able to set up some pretty impactful ultimates, and those do tend to be the games where having it in that core position can pay off.
Yeah, absolutely. Bottom, Fabian. He's taken out.
There we have it. K1, first blood for him. Got some potent chase down there, of course, between the Arctic Burn, slowing the damage of the Blade Fury. Beast Coast. And this solid lane start for K1. Of course, not struggling with the farm either down here at all. Having a very nice lane, K1.
I like that he's using their own chat wheel back toward them. Chris Luck feeling himself a bit in that mid lane. 15-3 leading slightly. And yeah, this Jug and the Wyvern. Wyvern overall, not really the strongest laner, but paired with a hero like Jug, you do have chase potential. If Faithbeyond steps up too far out of position, easily can get brought down. He's gone for the aggro build. Caustic plus stun. No points in Sandstorm. They've got the sentries prepared anyway for him.
Yeah,
he's too just spamming.
It's a hard lane to really do so much.
They're spamming the taunts on each other. I'm loving it in mid.
Looking at the CS at the moment in the mid, I mean, Chris Luck with a slight lead, but still very, very close. I mean, all in all, these first 3 minutes of laning, an incredibly close start between the two teams. I mean, nobody's getting zoned out the laning stage completely at all.
No, Beast Coast slightly ahead though. Definitely liking the way that they are playing. Even the top lane, I'm actually just watching Whisper getting a lot of extra denies. Goes for the Bracer early on, rushing toward that urn afterwards. They're getting some nice side pulls. Doing a good job up here. And bottom again. K1, he's very low. Salve save, 11 HP.
I mean, that salve saves him.
Ooh.
And he's able to dodge the nuke as well. Make sure the Jinkyu's not able to find the angle, and they have a second backup salve ready as well for him. So K1 able to stay in the lane and stay alive.
Does miss like 3 or 4 last hits while having to run away, but at least does keep himself survivable. That was very close. Up top. Continued aggression onto this anti-mage who's bought Gloves of Haste to try to offset that slow of attack speed from the Fire Spirits. He's got the heals from the Living Armor, but they are pretty lacking on regen. Extra salve and a Tango coming out from Innocence. Should be able to top him off.
Now we'll see Chris Luck as well, able to make his way over. Take that bouncy rune away from PSG LGD.
He's doing a great job.
This sort of lead-in farm, it's going to be that sort of situation where he's going to have the 6 at slightly before that of nothing to say, and then maybe kill potential. If he gets the sort of movement in, Schofield, of course, he can always look to join some action in on the mid lane. Got some good kill combos here quite early on Beast Coast.
Ooh, and look at this, pretty interesting to point out is it's still going to be the Battle Fury for Ame. Even though he's got a Magnus, he's going to be looking to play away from the Mag, and we have seen them do this before. I'm pretty sure Nothing to Say likes to play more around like being a secondary carry as this Magnus in some of the games, going for that Echo Saber build. And they know that if they get this game to the later stages, they've got great chances. And they have excellent ways to delay it too, right? With Living Armor, with the Grimstroke spam, with Magnus, even with the Sandstorm set up around towers, they do have that delay function.
Yeah, I like it, I think. Yeah, like Battle Fury is just such a crucial item on anti-mage for so many reasons other than just the cleave, right? It's having that, that bit of regen allows you to keep on the map, means you're not having to constantly ferry out sort of regeneration to keep yourself out in the jungle, out in the lanes. So yeah, no surprise there. And now, have the double cleave, that's just going to make things even quicker and even better for him. And
they're keeping K1 quite low down here. Lots of harassment coming out from the two of them, Faithbeyond and Xingqiu.
Also going the greedier route with his build.
Definitely needs to if they're going to have any hope of scaling into the later stages, so I do like that he's actually queued that up at the moment. Seeing lots of stacks coming out from Nothing to Say. It is blocked though. Now we do see that sentry that was placed. Top.
They're able to catch it right here inside the cogs. Whisper.
Whoops. Schofield.
What? I mean, Whisper, he's actually going to live. Blinks up in a second. Zame managed to make it out of there, but both him and Whisper getting very, very low there in that attempt for one another's lives. Is how we're doing on the regen for Ame. Got anything at the moment, but Innocence is going to be able to bring more in. We'll see how it was to make Chris Luck laying down the arena. He's caught Nothing to Say. Has he got enough damage to do those? I mean, he wants to keep going. Chris Luck. He's going to have the spear up in a second. Oh, he's looking for it, but the Dukes. Oh, not going to quite be able to find him.
So close.
There's Nothing to Say. I mean, yeah, can they get anything out of this as bottom? K1's in trouble. They're running him down. Chris, can he do anything to save his buddy? He can. Pushes back Faithbeyond with the spear. Gives enough room for K1 to continue to back up.
And they do scout all these massive stacks coming out from the side of PSG LGD. He's pinging them out right away. So he's like, okay, guys, we gotta perhaps look to invade and take these out at some point here. Also, important to point out, Schofield did use a smoke also top, so they will be lacking one in the mid game. And yeah, K1's gonna run right in and just use the spin plus the Splinter Blast. They're gonna take out that one. Love it. Good moves.
Very nice find here for Beast Coast. There's nothing to be done here by PSG LGD. Easy golden XP here for K1.
Yeah, and that's gonna slow down the Blink Dagger on Faithbeyond, so that aggression that he'll be able to do early game will be taken out a bit. Xingqiu will refill the bottle, so still gonna look to play a bit aggressive, and they will lose their ward too, since Faithbeyond was playing in the area to sap that experience. He was watched, but they also lose their ward on the other side too. Rotation from Chris Luck top. Wants to try to set something up. He's gonna get the spear connection.
Instantly set up. Arena into the spear. Have they got enough damage? They have. Ame not even able to get the blink off. Excellently done there across the tree line from Chris. There's a big catch, a big kill, and some good pressure onto the tier 1 now with the wave pushing in.
Very
will try and do his best to take it off.
They had the ward top too, but he actually played completely on the left side inside the fog route, so yeah, really nice from Chris Luck. He's doing excellent.
Some good sort of sweeps of the map, making sure that he's there to help out his side lanes. His bottom K1. Should try and run down Faithbeyond, not having enough mana though for the Omnislash. Always, of course, a bit of a tricky target to get anyway, even with the ult up.
They're trying to get Innocence top.
CS is looking very nice. See if they can get him. Into the trees they go, Whisper. Chasing him down with the Sun Ray.
So they really want to try to kill him.
He's trying for the TP out, but they've got him. Cog push back. Innocence is going to be held back here as Schofield's able to continue to chase him down. As he will slowly get in range here. Innocence will be taken out by Whisper. It's Beast Coast, they're finding a lot of action. I mean, it's 4-1, they've got a 1k lead. They're moving around the map in ways that the PSG LGD aren't able to deal with too well right now.
No, they take him out, so they're trying to apply pressure onto this tower here. XinQ, he makes the rotation up. They want to defend this tower as long as possible. They're even going to commit onto Phoenix. Nice dive. Plus the egg.
The egg's going to come out straight away. Schofield, he's in.
He's trapped.
He's been able to catch Arme in the cogs. Arme blinked in for that. As Arme, he's going to get taken down. He's gone. He gets a mana bot off. It doesn't do anything at all. That's Arme and XinQ gone. As they, I mean, they got tempted by jumping in onto Whisper, but Whisper, he had dive and egg up. That was going to be a very hard kill for PSG LGD to try and get. Nevertheless, they go for it, and it gets turned around on them very quickly by Beast Coast.
I'm surprised they actually go for it. I thought they were just going to play to delay the tower. That's why the Grimstroke rotates up to just spam it for the tree to respawn, but they commit for the kill, and they get punished heavily. Very strong early aggression coming out from Beast Coast. Yeah, it does.
For the Arme anti-mage, you know, these early deaths are really going to mess up his flow. I mean, already almost a 2k gold difference in farm between Arme and K1.
That is insane. I mean, he's going to have Battle Fury done almost on the jug, and AM is nowhere near his. And they take out the top tower, so they will be able to get that push going versus this Train Protector early on. East Coast, killing it this early.
Oh, they absolutely are. 10 minutes in, 6-1, 2k lead. PSG LGD, they've got to find some way of slowing them down. Nothing to say, they've got the double blinks, in fact. Nothing to say in Faith Beyond, both with blink daggers ready to go, so they'll be a little more kitted up to be prepared to fight back. In fact, straight away mid. RP just going to be dropped down onto Chris Luck as he steps into range. They've got the backup instantly under the tower. They'll bring down the Mars.
They were just rotating over as well with Schofield and Stinger to potentially look for that setup, but they get caught a bit early. Schofield, level 7. Very high level on this clockwork. Ame has to be more careful here with these blinks. It is. Ooh, it's on the creep.
The neutrals here. But it doesn't matter. Still allows him to close the gap. Buys time for him to walk around the tree line. It works out at the end of the day. They get the kill. That's mid. But nothing to say here. They want to try and dive in, but Fabian's in with the backup. Jumps in onto Whisper. Whisper's going to get taken out. A couple of seconds until Supernova was back up, so Whisper unable to survive. Schofield, he's actually going to be saved here. The curse comes out. This is going to be the perfect setup for Chrisluck to cut in. He's got the arena, lays it down. They take down Fabian. They're going to be able to trap XinQ as well. A Stinger with a beautiful turnaround, pops the curse onto them. Schofield is saved. And the setup is there. Chris Luck gets the kills, and he's ready to start beating down off the mid tower. Of course, at the same time, K1 continuing to enjoy all the space in the world down bottom. 12 minutes in, phase Battle Fury complete. He's on track to be a right terror this game.
Oh, and look at this triple ancient. It's beautiful. Gets the ward up too to defend them in case of these blink daggers coming in. This is great moves from Beast Coast. Great invasion. Chris Luck even coming toward the area to back them up in case of a rotation from LGD.
Oh, Dave, you see that? K1 even blowing the Omni Slash to farm the Ancients. I mean,
very K1 style.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, Ancients are farmed. There was mid, Whisper. I mean, they can't kill this egg. They have to try and run from this PSG LGD, but they're struggling. The cogs are down. The stun will catch on a XinQ. Nothing to say he's caught. They're able to bring down the Magnus. K1's turned up as well with the Blade Fury, trying to run them down. The Overgrowth will hold them back. Faith Beyond. He's looking to get back in on this. The Healing Ward micro here from K1, keeping himself healed up as they're able to back away. They have lost 3. As PSG LGD will manage to punch back this time and take down the 2 supports of Beast Coast at the end of that.
And keep the tower alive. They did lose that top one early on, but they are really looking to keep this middle one. With all these blink daggers, they're really forcing the issue here to fight around it. Bottom.
On him.
They do get the nice spear.
They look to try and... Yeah, so they've still got the arena. Of course, with the cooldown of blink, there's, you know, obviously much superior to that of the cooldown of spear. So no further catch here for Armac.
I mean, if K1 didn't use a Omni Slash on Ancient, potentially could have ran over and caught up with Chris Luck and gone for this go, but he did use the Omni Slash on the Ancient, so...
I mean, that's my kind of Omni Slash. Now, that's the Omni Slash you use it, and then when you're not involved in the fights, you've got an excuse. You'll be like, guys, my ult's on cooldown. Let me hit some creeps, you know. So, you know, he blew it, hoping that maybe they didn't, you know, he's like, oh, what a shame. I don't have ult. I'll have to keep hitting creeps.
Chris Luck maybe going a bit too far this time.
They have got the curse. Curse is going to come out. It's going to give Chris Luck some safety. K1's able to step across. Blade Fury down. He brings down Faith Beyond. He's going to be able to get Innocence as well. More kills here for Beast Coast as K1's in position. Takes some Ancients as well. Keeping himself far ahead of the rest of the game here. 8k net worth on the Juggernaut. K1 continuing to just not be slowed down at all. Top to find Schofield. So a bit of glory here for Arme and nothing to say as they get Schofield out alone. Still very much a catch-up game here for Arme. Still has a lot of ground to cover here in this attempt to get on the same level as K1's farm.
Full 3,000 gold behind still of this Jug, though. That is pretty ridiculous. Stinger on point with his curses so far to back up his team. I like this build from Whisper, too. The Urn, he's going into Vessel, and then he's just going, he has the Veil as well. It's really effective this game. They've got a lot of magic damage that does get amped up. I love Veil. I know we mentioned it the other day, too. Just this item just feels like it's still underpurchased, undervalued.
And talking about amping up as well, do you like this here from Stinger? Brown boots, he's going straight for the Orchid Brush.
Ambitious.
I mean, I love it. You know, they want to kill, they want to fight. Who needs these sort of supporting items? We want to kill people. As yeah, straight for the Orchid this game on the Wyvern. It's going to be very deadly. It's going to have that extra bit of control for Arme as well. Look for him here.
Oh, he's spotted the rocket.
Found him. Schofield's ready.
Oh.
Straight into the rocket vision.
He pre-fired that rocket, Owen. He shot that rocket there before he even blinked. He read his mind. That was sick.
They're just straight up out playing PSG LGD right now. PSG LGD need to get it together a little bit as Beast Coast are coming out all guns blazing here in this first game. 13-7, 4K lead.
They're on fire. I love the way that they're playing too. It's like they get the Spirit connection. They're already pinging locations, like where he's going to blink. They have the one cut off from the Wyvern. They have the Clockwork coming in for the other access point. And it's beautiful so far. 4K lead. Continuing to play aggressive as they should.
Battlefury's finally done here for Arme.
Okay.
So, of course, a fair bit slower than that of K1. As K1, he's almost pretty much got the S and Y done on top of the Battle Fury.
They've got a great fight lineup also to force a Roche. And I don't know if PSG LGD will be able to contest that one once they do it, which is going to probably come out in the next few moments. Because they've got this Mars ult, they've got this Phoenix egg. It's going to be pretty impossible for them to contest that.
What's up?
He's in. Mid.
Easy setup there onto Innocence. See what else they can get here in the mid. They get the jump onto Whisper, so able to find the trade in that mid lane whilst moves were made top.
So you're talking about, you know, these greedy type of choices from the supports. Look at XinQ. He's already got the ambition too. He's got Ags queued up. He's got the point booster. He's like, I see how big this Jug is. I want a Jug of my own.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, mid. I'm trying to get the catch on Schofield. Not going to happen. I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, is Jug that amazing of a hero to get the Aghanim's illusion off?
Oh yeah,
it's pretty.
absolutely.
You say it's pretty top tier. Okay. Sure.
Built-in crit. It's phenomenal. You have great stats too. Yeah, and in the build that you're going for too, right? He's going for S and Y. You know he's going to build that stat kind of build too. Yeah, it's really good.
All right. I mean, yeah, and I guess as you say, maybe knows that Stinger's going to be going the greedier route as well. So he sort of says, well, I want to do so too. I want to have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
We'll see how much farm Arme can get here in the catch-up towards the K1 Jug. Of course, he himself, Battle Fury and Empower, so does have that little bit more of a boost in comparison.
And he does have the buffs in the mid-game as well, too, as we mentioned. You know, the Ink Swell plus that 20-minute shard that's going to come out. Bottom, they actually throw the RP to survive, it looks like. Schofield taking a ton of damage, though. Nothing to say. Can he get another hit? He can't.
I mean, Schofield goes down, but he doesn't care. The setup's there. Beast Coast, they'll get the cleanup. More than happily taking that trade.
And with those two dead, maybe they can finally swing over and take out this mid tower too, as they've been trying to so hard. Sentry placed down. They killed almost a full Yule's at Faith Beyond in the courier.
That's going to hurt Faith Beyond. Yeah, 2 minutes now without that completed Yule's Scepter for Faith Beyond. That hurts. That hurts in a game where, you know, those 2 minutes, who knows what's going to happen in those 2 minutes. So, well, if you sort of look at what Beast Coast has been doing so far, a lot of action is going to be brought in your direction. So not having that Yule's, it's going to hurt Faith.
And they know that RP's down. That's why they're playing so aggressive toward that mid lane. They know there's going to be no reaction from PSG LGD. Schofield being a nice sacrifice. So also continue to scout. Sees where Ame is. His whole team is starting to swing over. Chris Luck,
Chris Luck wants to try and get a catch here. There we have it. Yule set up onto Y. They'll be able to get Innocence.
Man, they even rocket scouted on top of Ame, and we're potentially looking for a curse over that high ground. It's close that he's almost getting caught in these situations. XinQ playing full greed. He's farming neutrals as the Grimstroke, while the AM also farms neutrals, while also Faith Beyond farms neutrals. So Beast Coast looking to punish this.
Cryslock just charging across the map, looking for action to drop his combo.
I love how willing they are to just make these just full run at you across the map. Schofield sees a hero, immediately starts running at him. They see someone else on the opposite side of the map, just start running at them too. PSG LGD splitting it up a lot. Nothing to say showing bottom. XinQ showed himself top with these strokes. Giving the safe farm to Ame. Now we do have a smoke. They have to punish somebody here since they're showing on 2 or 3 lanes. Faith Beyond.
Oh, and they found Faith Beyond. Straight away with the Yule setup. Easy kills to be farmed here by
Nice.
Cryslock.
Very nice. And there's the Roche. They've got another big hero kill. They're going to be able to kill this one pretty quickly. And the team fight is way too strong, it feels like, for PSG LGD contested. So they just have to split up the map and maximize while this is happening. Beast Coast.
Yeah, I don't think they can fight Beast Coast right now, especially with the BKB done on Cryslock. You know, he's always just going to be able to step straight into the front. The fight. Yeah, you're not dying through BKB this game, at least not at this stage. If you're Beast Coast.
Phoenix Egg plus Mars ult plus a curse. There's just no way unless you literally just... So Roche going for K1.
See how much pressure they want to put on now with this. And how's Ame doing with the catch? To close that gap with... It's taking a fight. Probably still going to be off the... Try and slow down this push, of course, with the living armor.
They are cliffing it. Area. Hiding himself in the tree lines.
Fight this, though.
If they see someone split up, they're trying to force something bottom because they're also pushing. If they see a reaction, they're going to look to go, but Beast Coast not reacting yet.
They're trying to get down towards the bottom lane, Beast Coast. See if they can get any sort of catch here. They're looking towards armor. Oh, curse on the illusion. I mean, it's cute, but it doesn't really do anything. Maybe it was trying to... Cryslock to get him with the combo. Wasn't the case. Ame's still out there. Innocent's also able to TP on the tier 2s on the side lanes. Nobody gets caught.
Faith Beyond commits the epi, trying to go for some type of play top, but K1 just spins and walks away. So tier 2 for tier 2, so outpost for outpost. Beast Coast still looking to play fast. Another smoke. They have the Arcane Rune on Cryslock too. They see Ame.
Ame would be the dream catch. Oh! The spear catches him. Have they got enough though? He's out with the Manto. He's off to the side. And he should be fine here. I think even with that nice of a catch that Cryslock was able to get with that angle of spear, it doesn't matter, of course. Killing this anti-mage is at the point of the game where they kind of need everything. They need sort of like the spear into the hook shot into an Omni Slash. Otherwise, this anti-mage doesn't really die.
Yeah. They're going for the moves, though. They're trying to slow him down at the very least.
Trying, yeah.
BKB now finished on nothing to say.
I think Ame definitely feels sort of how unkillably he is. If he gets the Skadi done after the Manto, that amount of stats, as sort of predicted by you in the panel, that it's going to be very, very tough to kill the anti-mage. As actually over to the mid, nothing to say.
He blocks the hook. I think that was intentional. I think he did that to save Faith Beyond. He blinked in front of Schofield to block it. That's a play. As Ame's getting space. Ooh, he finds himself an ancient stack too. I guess that Beast Coast had forgotten about. Since they've been playing full aggro, they haven't had time to go back to their side. He's slowly catching up.
Well, see, actually, a bit of an interesting change-up in the build-up here from K1. He had the ultimate orb, had the money to finish off the Skadi, but actually goes for picking up the Eagle song instead. So now he's sort of sitting in this sort of weird limbo area of having this build-up with 2 big items. I guess he's now just going to look to try and finish off that butterfly first, knowing that there won't be any sort of MKB online anytime soon from the side of BSJ LGD.
Yeah, dude, this Grimstroke illusion is going to be really powerful. Look at the items he's building. If he gets Butterfly, he gets Skadi.
I mean, that's true.
It's going to pay off.
But is it going to be... I guess, yeah. If he can get K1 get an illusion of K1, it is indeed going to be quite strong.
How's Stinger doing on his greed? He's getting pretty close to his Orchid too, so they're going to have multiple different forms to be able to catch Ame, as Schofield pretty far from his team. They're swinging over. Stun does not connect.
I mean, yeah, Schofield making them
he's
work
baiting
for it.
them, kind of. The blink from Ame too.
I mean, he's still alive.
Ooh.
Schofield's going to live. The arena, though, won't catch Ame. Ame's out to the side. They'll manage to get the setup on Faith Beyond instead. Straight away with the Yule's combo. See if they can bring him down. He's out into the trees with the Burrow Strike, but K1, he's ready to chase, hunting him down with the Blade Fury. Faith Beyond will slowly, but surely fall here. So
the Sandstorm blink.
Sandstorm to blink out. Oh, he's away. Burrow Strike's behind. He's
gone.
actually able to make it out of there. All right, Faith Beyond, he gets out. He really does against the odds there.
They put the sentry down late, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think they put it down just a second too slow, so he got the Sandstorm off, gets that like fraction of a second between the Yule's timing, and he actually gets, he's able to get the blink. Maybe a bit of a mistake there from Beast Coast, and it's giving time. Look at the gold lead; it's completely shifted down, almost to 0.
Ame's catching up.
Ame.
He's catching up.
He is.
Oh, we didn't see it.
We didn't see it. Blink on the low ground. And Jinkyu's got his
Aegis is gone. Okay, well, we'll, as you say, if he can get one of those with K1, we'll see what sort of damage that does.
It's going to be strong.
And how's Stinger doing on his Orchid? Very close. Just
close,
a recipe
close.
away now.
Mm-hmm. PSG LGD is feeling strong. They're smoking. They're looking for the fight.
They want K1.
There's the
They're
illusion.
able to jump straight away, RP down as well, but he's able to get the Blade Fury off in time. There's no follow-up. K1's going to be fine. He's ready to run them down, and now PSG LGD, they're having to back up. Faith Beyond getting caught underneath the Supernova. They'll take down the Sand King. Chris Lux in with the BKB on top of nothing to say. Omni Slash at the ready as K1 cuts down another double kill for the Jug. PSG with a failed attempt to blow K1 up. They're in. They try and keep him locked down, but a bit of a window was left open. He gets the Blade Fury off. Sure, he's still stunned by the RP, but they just don't have the damage to kill a Blade Fury Jug with this Butterfly done.
And now they don't really have the great way to defend the high ground with all these ultis being committed. Ame is getting the split push going, but that was a very ambitious attempt from them going for this K1 Jug.
Yeah.
There's that illusion. It's very strong.
I mean, it's pushing them back. It's pushing them back. You're not wrong. It's pushing them back. It's holding the fort here. It's actually going to stop the push entirely. That combined with the split push pressure of Ame. So indeed, that Axe Rush from Xingqiu definitely showing its power, showing its potential here when it comes to turning the tables against K1's Jug.
And they're going to be able to heal that tower up. That's the difference here, whereas Ame's split push is going to be more effective since there's a Treant Protector on the other side. Faith Beyond. Still a very close game. Beast Coast leading.
Oh, mate. He's going for the Butterfly next himself. Himself some nice neutrals here. Paladins available for Ame if he wishes. And over on the side of Beast Coast, yeah, K1's got the Orb of Destruction, so a good bit of amp up to his damage.
I like that we're seeing Whisper deviate his build a bit. He had BKB queued up for a long time, but the game state slowed down so much that I think they're realizing, okay, we can't really end the game just yet. We're gonna have to start itemizing for this anti-mage who's gonna start getting involved. So he's queued up the Hex. Do like that. They're gonna have a lot of different ways to control him with Orchid, Hex. Schofield. Trying to bother Ame a little bit.
With Ame here.
Jetpacking over, scouting out the trees, putting out, ooh, nice little sneaky ward.
we're going to see this illusion from Xingqiu. I mean, each time, any time that K1 shows himself, Xingqiu's able to easily push out a wave or two with that illusion.
Did that rocket did not catch the smoke, did it? It looked like it was just after the smoke.
I was going to ask you that.
Very
Did
close.
it not catch any of it?
I don't think so. They're going to get a kill out of it. Right outside
Stinger
Roche.
wasn't prepared for this. Chris Luck, does he want to try and fight this? He's trying to, but Fabian's able to dodge the spear with the self-fuels. The Soulbind down onto the two of them. See what they can pull off here. Whisper, he's jumped into the pit, but Fabian's got the epicenter ready to go. Supernova's out. Chris Luck's ready to come in with the coverage, drops down the arena. Fabian will not be able to kill the egg in time. It's Beast Coast, they're taking out the two of them. And now they themselves in position to start for the Roshan. PSG LGD with just the 3 members alive. What can they do? Nothing to say. He's going to jump in. With the skewer back onto Whisper. Has he quite got the damage? He does. With the Phantom's Embrace upon him, Whisper, nothing to allow him to get out of there. PSG LGD, they want to try and punch into this. K1 still standing very strong here at the side of the pit. They do have RP still ready to go on, nothing to say.
Beast Coast used their egg. They used their Mars ult. So the fight around the Roche pit is a bit weaker, but it looks like PSG LGD, they're going to give it up.
Stuff to find here for Beast Coast. K1's able to claim that shard. He'll be the one to take the Aegis. As we see, they're switching up the builds, getting that ultimate orb stepped up here into the Lincoln sphere. So he has that additional protection and, of course, the chance of not letting Xingqiu get that Dark Portrait.
Exactly. I think that's actually a pretty cool choice for him to go for there. Instead of having a Scotty, which usually is your build-up for the Jug, he's really trying to protect himself more. Versus the instant stuns, versus even the silences. I like it. I think it's going to pay off. Yeah, they're pinging. They keep saying Grimstroke, like, watch out for the Grim. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, mate. Lost some money in the bank here. 4k gold in towards the butterfly, but of course still well behind that of the farm of K1.
Chris Luck spends his gold. He's got another form of initiation for his team. They were lacking it, so he's got a blink now finally on this Mars. And they're going to start the push. They're going to force a reaction from PSG LGD. Hook shot off the Mar.
PSG LGD. See what they do here.
There's the illusion.
Lincolns. Well, managed to get that illusion. In fact, sending it straight over towards the back, trying to get that healing ward. And they will be able to find it. Move it over towards Whisper as well.
They're getting split pushed. Both of those other side lanes.
Here from Xingqiu. We'll keep him back, and yeah, absolutely nothing to say. Bringing in the bottom lane.
He drags the whole wave. Back door is kicked in. That Dark Portrait.
It's really making all the difference when it comes to the high ground pushes bottom lane. Schofield trying to stop the pressure here from Arme. Nothing to say. It's going to cost him his life. Arme just turns, burns his mana, brings him out with a mana void. They're still trying to break the high ground top. Faith behind. He's trying to go for this, but the Blade Fury's up. He's actually got to get back out of there with a Bow Strike. He can't stand close to K1. And Beast Coast, they'll reset, they'll back up. They look for the quick jump there onto Arme, but Arme, equipped with the counter spell, puts a stop to the Yule setup that Chris Luck was going for. As Arme gets out in time. I mean, it's getting to the point. I mean, each and every time this Dark Portrait's out, that the push is getting messed with. They've got to somehow find some way of getting in pretty deep and getting Xingqiu. With the Grimstroke up, it's so hard for Beast Coast to push right.
But look at his cast strings. Like, he has Aether Lens plus the headband. It's so difficult for them to push first him. Yeah, and look at the tower. Yep, as we see pointed out, it's just getting healed up when they can't actually commit to killing it. That's where the Treant Protector kicks in. Strategical plays here from PSG LGD, keeping themselves in fighting form. Aegis still for 2 minutes. K1 wants to take advantage of it. Back to the top lane.
K1.
The portrait again.
Feeling confident with that Aegis.
Big swell portrait. The healing ward. It's gonna get sniped. Ooh, he's dancing. He's actually hiding it. The illusion can't find.
Control it.
Oh. 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 He's got it.
Of course, there's such a low cooldown as well on the Dark Portrait.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. Go again here, as there's the jump. Faith, he wants to find Jin Q. He moves straight over towards the Grimstroke, this arena underneath the tower. But now the RP comes out. Crystal's going to die for that effort. The curse coming out onto himself there, Stinger. Supernova is in place.
Split push.
Going to stun them behind the